Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to this, our grant preparation workshop for today. My name is Ayabulela Poro. I'm the Manager for Communications and Stakeholder Relations at the MDDA, and I'll be directing our program for today. Our profuse apologies for starting late. We're waiting for quite a few people who were meant to join us today. So we'll do our best to just make sure that we're able to catch up on time. Those colleagues sitting at the back, you're welcome to fill the seats here at the front so that you're able to see the presentations and to hear our speakers quite well. I hope you can hear me well too. Okay, perfect. So just a few housekeeping rules. If you need to connect to the Wi-Fi, you can use the Pepper Club network to connect to. And the password for that is PCH433. If you're having any trouble or you need any assistance, my colleagues at the MDDA are here to assist, starting with me and then everyone else at the back. Colleagues at the MDDA, if you can please just raise your hands so that everyone can see you. Perfect. Okay, so we're essentially here because, as you will know, as the MDDA, we have opened our grant call for the 2025 and 2026 financial year. This was opened on Friday. And it will essentially remain open for the next 4 weeks, so for a full month, and will close on the 5th of August. So what we're doing is we're having roadshows across the country. We started with pre-grant call workshops in the Northwest and Bumalanga. And now that the call is open, we are then continuing with the rest of the provinces in the country, starting today with the Western Cape. So we're also having this session available online. So we are live streaming this. So if you have maybe other colleagues who couldn't be here today, you can ask them to follow us on our YouTube page or our Facebook page, or otherwise we can share the Microsoft Teams link where they'll be able to then view the session that we have going today. We are then going to continue with the rest of the provinces in July. So after this, we're going to the Eastern Cape and then KZN and so forth until that first week of August where we essentially have our last sessions and then we close the call at midnight on the 5th. So we're hoping that through the session, you will then be empowered to know what the criteria are for you to be able to apply for the grant. This is obviously open to all small commercial and community media, both print, broadcasting, and digital. And the colleagues who are here today will basically be taking you through those various steps and will be available to take some of the questions that you have. We also have, in addition to this, training on governance, media leadership, and we also have some partners who are going to be joining us in the form of GCIS, some of the regulatory bodies as well, the likes of ICASA, SARS, etc., who are also going to be a part of the session. But quite importantly, what we wanted to start with is a colleague from our broadcasting unit, and I see that he just walked in. Chimba is going to be joining us to talk about the funding criteria and the requirements that you need to consider for the funding period. So we're just going to go through that and take you through the criteria, and then please use this opportunity to ask any questions you may have. Chimba, may I ask you to please come to the front so that we can start with the session? Chimba? Okay. Okay. Do you need to project? Can I get some assistance, please, from the technical crew so that we're able to project? This is not Chimba, by the way. It's fine. He'll introduce himself and then he'll take over the presentation. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning, and thank you, Aya, for the introduction. My name is Mpumelelo Makasela. I'm a project officer from the print unit, and I'm here on behalf of Ms. Boikutso Tsikane, who could not make it today. I will just be sharing a couple of information on the background of the MDDA, the mandate of the MDDA, as well as the strategic overview of the MDDA. I'll also be going through a couple of requirements in terms of how organizations will be able to qualify for the funding from the MDDA. As Aya has said, the grant call is already opened from the 4th, which was on Friday last week, until the 1st, actually, of August. Now, before I give the chance to Chimba, I will just give, obviously, a brief overview and background of the MDDA and what it stands for. After that, I will give over to Chimba to continue with the broadcast part of our presentation. Now, just a background of the MDDA. The MDDA is obviously an agency that was established in 2003 as a Schedule 3A public entity. This entity obviously reports to the minister in the presidency, who acts as our executive authority. The first mandate of the MDDA is obviously the promotion and ensuring of media diversity as well as development. We also work obviously in partnership with the government as well as major print and broadcast entities, which is why we're here today. And I believe that all of you are part of the print and broadcast sector. So one of the few things that the MDDA does in the promotion of media development and diversity is obviously to offer financial and non-financial support, which is why we've got a grant call that is open today. The organization obviously reports to the minister in the presidency. As I said, the minister is our executive authority. We have the MDDA board as an accounting authority. There are also a number of institutions such as GCIS, your DPME, National Treasury, which also provide oversight over the organization. Now, what informs what the MDDA does? What informs what the MDDA does is obviously MDDA Act. How so? The MDDA Act ensures that we promote. Thank you. The MDDA Act also emphasizes the promotion, obviously, of media development and diversity. How is this done? Through the provision of support to community and small commercial media. We have to ensure that we create an enabling environment for media development and diversity that should be a reflection of the needs and aspirations of all South Africans. It is imperative that the MDDA also encourages ownership, control of, as well as access to media by those who are historically disadvantaged. The MDDA is also mandated to encourage the development of human resource as well as training through capacity building within the media industry, with a special reference to those who are obviously historically disadvantaged. I speak fast. If I am too fast, please stop me. That's cool. Okay. Now, in terms of the strategic overview of the MDDA, the strategic overview of the MDDA is heavily influenced by the constitution of the country, particularly the 3 sections that have been presented in front of you. The first one being the section 16 of the constitution, which guarantees the right to freedom of expression, encompassing freedom of the press, the right to receive as well as impart information. The second section in the constitution is section 32, which also emphasizes the right to access to information. Lastly, it would be section 15, subsection 1 of the constitution, which also emphasizes that basically it guarantees the right to freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, as well as opinion. Now, who does the MDDA support in terms of this non-financial and financial support? We obviously support commercial media as well as small commercial media, community media as well as small commercial media. Now, community media is basically founded in community. This is a group of persons or a sector of the public having a specific and a common interest. Now, in terms of your small commercial media, these are independent enterprises, initiatives that obviously serve the local community and provide news that is community centered. And how does the MDDA define a community and small commercial media? It's basically a repetition of what I've just said. The community media sector is obviously grounded in community. This is a group of persons as well as a sector having a common interest. This could be any media that is owned and controlled directly by the community, where any financial surplus generated by the community media organization is obviously reinvested back into the community. Because at the end of the day, the most important aspect in terms of this is ensuring that not only is the community given access to information, they also have to play an active role in you giving them access and making that information available to them. So it's imperative that the community is highly involved in a community media organization. Now, in terms of your small commercial media, these are obviously your independent media enterprises, the initiatives that are run for personal gain, such as your micro, very small and small businesses. These are clearly classified in the National Small Business Act of 1996. Now, in terms of where the funding comes from, in order to provide this financial support to small commercial media as well as your community media, 63% of the funding obviously comes from your commercial broadcasters, USAF levies. This is how your broadcast organizations are obviously funded. We've got 33% of the budget coming from government grant. And unfortunately, I say this with a heavy heart, 4% comes from interest on investment, which is where funding for most of our print publications come from. Now, in terms of the criteria for funding as well as how your organizations are to qualify for the funding and support from the MDDA, this is also a repetition of what I've been saying. In order to qualify, obviously, the project has to promote media development and diversity, which is why we work hand in hand with organizations that mostly promote indigenous languages, publications that are obviously printed in your indigenous languages, local languages. So it's imperative that your organization is one that speaks to the community in terms of the language that is easier for them to understand. It is imperative that the project obviously promotes your human resource training, capacity development within the media industry. We also encourage, I know in the print sector, we encourage the opportunities being given to your freelance journalists, local journalists. So imperative that the people in that area, that community, are given the opportunity through your capacity building provided by these organizations. I know the MDDA is also working hand in hand with community print publications in terms of conducting your media literacy workshops. So it's imperative that your organization is one that plays a major role in this sense. It's also imperative that the project encourages ownership, control, participation, and comprehensive access to the media. And the most important one is obviously compliance with media laws and codes of conduct. We also encourage our print publications, obviously, to be members of your press council. It's much easier to work with them when they are members maybe of associations. I know some of our members are members of the AIP. So it's imperative that they are well instructed and given all the necessary information on compliance with media laws as well as code of conduct. Now, this is the key criteria in terms of how do we fund print publications in particular. We also always focus on mostly women-owned organizations. Their content is obviously focused on women development, women empowerment. People with your disabilities are also funded. The content is obviously focused on them, empowering them, giving them that opportunity to play a part not only in their communities but in the economy as a whole. The third part is obviously youth-owned organizations, or their content is aimed at the development of the youth in their local communities. We are obviously in Cape Town, so there are, I believe, a number of organizations in Cape Town, in the Western Cape, who have been funded. We do have, I think we have Dizindaba in our current financial year in the print unit. I believe there's Cape TV with the broadcast unit. So, yeah. I think with that said, let me stop there and give Mr. Chimba to continue. I will be available for any questions if there are any. Thank you. Do we take questions now or afterwards? Okay. Could you please? I will be available. Just give Chimba the opportunity to proceed and then we'll take questions afterwards, sir. Thank you.
So, can I get some help, please? Good morning, everyone. My name is Chimba Chibesa from the broadcast unit. I'll take over from now from Pumelo, my colleague from print. So I'll focus more on the broadcast side. So currently, these are the current broadcast funded projects, as you can see here. I'm sure some of you are familiar with this. So I've got Cape TV that were funded before, CCFM, Heartbeat FM 7441, and Radio KC and Radio Zbonele. So this is just the recently funded projects from the broadcast unit. Like my colleague Pumelo said, currently under disbursement is Cape TV. Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Am I audible now? Okay. So I was just saying, currently, these are the current funded projects in the Western Cape. Currently, it's only one, which is Cape TV under disbursement. So with regards to TV, with regards to broadcast, currently we have got 6 licensed stations, which is TV stations, which is 2 in Gauteng, Soweto TV, and Swane TV, 1 KZN TV in KZN, Platinum TV in Northwest, which recently got a broadcast license, and Cape TV in the Western Cape. So all in all, I've got 6 TV license stations. With regards to community print and small commercial print, to date, we've got 33 community print projects, which is managed by NGOs, and we've got 45 small commercial print projects owned by HDIs. So obviously, like probably my colleague said earlier on, the grant opened on Friday last week on the 4th of July. So to run for 4 weeks until the 1st of August 2025, exactly at 23:59, the call will be closed. Anything after that will not be considered. So obviously, physical roadshows will be conducted like currently. So I've had 2 already, which was in Northwest and Pumalanga, and I've got right now here in the Western Cape, and some of them currently are tied in virtually, some of the provinces. So like, yeah, so I've got also some virtual radio shows. In terms of applying criteria, what do you need to have to apply for the grant funding call? I'm sure some of you have applied before. There's about 12 things that is needed for both print and broadcast. So I've got an application form that you can download online. We need funding documents and registration certificate. We need a valid tax clearance, financial statements, affidavit of ownership, a business plan with a budget, which you can find the template on the website, a 3-year financial projection, sustainability plan, a valid broadcast license if you are a radio station or TV station, a report of ownership and directorship from CPIC. We also need copies of CVs of management, minimum 3 at least, and an organogram of the organization. If you are a broadcast, if you're a radio station or TV station, we need a programming schedule as part of your criteria that is needed. So all in all, we need about 12 things for you to be compliant. With regard to application process, I'll speak about broadcast and then print after that. With broadcast, you can download the application on the website. You can also download the budget templates and the business plan. And you need to fill in all the required information and upload all the documents. And you can only do this via the application portal. So you need to apply on applications at mdda.org.za. We also, and then once you apply, you receive an acknowledgement of receipt once you do apply. Your application will be assessed and you receive communication in 5 months upon your application. So we do accept, like I said, you can only apply online via the website portal, or you can also do physical or email application. So you can either courier your application or you can just walk in at the MDD offices. With regards to print, same thing as well. You prepare all the required documents, you download the template of the budget and the business plan, but then you only apply online with regards to print. So you can visit the print application page and click on the link online. You can find that on the website. If you go on the website to give you the directions on how you can apply online. Fill in all the required documents and upload all the documents. And then once you're compliant for the first phase, it will take you to the next phase. So you need to be compliant on the first phase. If you're not compliant on the first phase, you automatically be kicked out. So make sure that you do upload all the needed required documents for it to go to the next stage if you're a print publication. Thereafter, same thing with the MDDA, with the broadcast unit, you receive communication after 5 months upon your application of your, once you do apply. Okay, so hopefully I'm clear. If I'm not clear, just tell me if I'm too quick so I can slow down, yeah? Okay. So now, I think this is one of the parts most people get interested about. It's more like you go to a restaurant, you all look for the main course, right? So let's talk about the finding basket, right? This I'm going to speak about first broadcast, and I'll speak about print after that. So with broadcasts, we do fund for content production, which includes stipends, telecommunications, and local travel. We also fund for expenditure, for capital expenditure, which includes brand new studios, which is on air and production, as well as refurbishment. So if you need to refurbish your studios, we do fund for that as well. We fund for computers, laptops, OBE devices, inverters, and printers. We also fund for administration costs, which include your bank charges, audit fees if you do need to open up a new bank account, rentals, and insurance. We also fund for transmission or signal distribution. This includes if you are self-provisioning. So if you have got your own transmitter, we do fund for your transmitter for self-provisioning. We also fund for Santec relief. So this is your annual fees. So we do not fund for Santec debt. Only annual fees, just for point of emphasis. That is for duration of your grant funding. So that is for broadcast. With regards to print, we fund for capital expenditure, which includes computers, laptops, printers, cameras, furniture, and website design. We also fund for printing and distribution costs. We fund for operation costs, which is your bank charges and audit fees. We also fund for content production, which includes your stipends. So that is for print. So let's speak about the grant funding cycle, which has been approved by the MDDA board. So I'm just going to speak about from the when you do apply, what happens after that, until the closure of your project. So obviously, once we do after the closing date, which is the 1st of August, there will be a team that will be checking for compliance processes, checking if you're compliant with the different requirements as per the MDDA Act. So after that, once you are compliant, you'll be taken to EXCO. So all the applications will be taken to EXCO, which is our executives. They will also assess that. EXCO, after that, they adopt that and submit to the POC, which is made up of the Project Oversight Committee, which is made up of the MDDA board members. They will also go through assess the compliant projects. Thereafter, then the request for an assessment to be done. I'm sure some of you guys, some of you colleagues have applied before. You have had MDDA colleagues have come to assess after application. Yeah. So they come on the ground as per the POC recommendation. So once that's done, assessment is done, then the team will compile a report, which will be taken back to EXCO again. EXCO will go through the assessment reports, and then EXCO will recommend that to the POC, and then the POC then will recommend those compliant applicants to the board for approval. Now, just to emphasize, only the board selects and approves projects in terms of the MDD Act. Only the board approves or don't approve the projects. Point of emphasis. So once you are approved by the board, you receive a letter of response to that you have been approved. Thereafter, a grant aid agreement is entered between the approved project and the MDDA. So this just outlines what is expected from both the MDDA and the approved project. Thereafter, there will be what you call disbursement now. So disbursement is when I will release the the funds to you now. But obviously, we can only disperse if you're compliant. If you're not compliant, we will not disperse. So obviously, some of you colleagues have been approved before, it works in tranches. So we won't just give you the full amount. We'll be giving in tranches depending on your compliance. And then once you are compliant, you also need to report on those funding, because we need to see how are you spending the money. Poor reporting or non-reporting leads to non-disbursement of the next tranche. So once you are compliant through the period of the grant, we need to do a project closure. Project closure, that's when I will compile that you have been fully dispersed and you are compliant throughout the disbursement. And then there's a 3-month gap that we need to do a monitoring and compliance to make sure that that's after post-disbursement, to make sure that, okay, you guys have been implemented accordingly and then you guys meet the objectives. So that's how the grant funding life cycle works. What is excluded from the funding and support? So this includes things such as media projects owned or controlled by government or other funders of the MDDA. If you're if you're a radio station or a TV station, special event license or one-off publications, we do not fund that. Media projects owned or controlled by any political party. Media earmarked for foreign audience, as well as unlicensed broadcast projects such as radio, television stations, internet or digital television or radio stations. What are some of the sector challenges that we're facing currently? Just to mention a few, of course, things such as high cost operating costs, which include the signal distribution costs for broadcast. We've got for print, which is high printing and distribution costs. We also have got unreliable audience research. And obviously, the MDD is trying to, they've got certain mitigation that we're trying to assist with that. For example, like we're trying to meet with the BRC for possible partnership to get a realistic audience listenerships. Poor governance and compliance. The MDD is trying to carry out training and mentorship and coaching interventions. We've got technical challenges, changes, should I say, and innovation, which obviously now the sector needs to keep up with that. Poor content. We've got advertising, another thing which is a big challenge for the sector as well. Just to mention a few. What are the frequently asked questions? This is the FAQs. For example, if you applied last year and received the grant, can I apply this year? Well, you not be considered if you're still under disbursement. You must be fully closed. So if you're still currently under disbursement, unfortunately, you won't be considered. How long will the funding application process take? It's anticipated to take between 4 to 5 months after the closing date. If your organization experienced compliance challenges before with the MDDA, will it be considered for this grant? Or it would depend on the degree of your previous non-compliance, which is a case-to-case basis. Yeah, the more non-compliant you were, obviously, the more challenges would be for us to consider you. How much is the threshold for funding? Well, there's no limit to that, but as it says here, you must demonstrate reasonability. So you can't come and just come up with a big, huge amount. You need to be reasonable enough while you're requesting for that specific amount. Yeah, so these are the frequently asked questions, mostly by the sector. And that is it on my end. After this, we're welcome to receive questions after this. Thank you.
Thanks, Chimba, and thanks, Mpumelelo. I think now we'll just open up the floor for questions that colleagues may have. I do have a mic that's going to be going around. Colleagues, can I ask that you please introduce yourself when you're asking your question, and just stand, please, so that everyone can see you.
Hi, my name's Naushad Khan. I'm from Radio KC in Paarl. I have a question for the last speaker. In the presentation, it said that it takes about 5 months for the process to be adjudicated, and then communication for an assessment. And at the end of the slide, it said 15 months to grant. We made an application last year. We went to the point where an assessment was done, but then no communication thereafter. Am I still to wait for 15 months, or should I consider that as a closed application?
Sorry, sir, please just introduce yourself again. Where you from?
Hi, my name's Naushad Khan. I'm from Radio KC, which is KC 107.7. We broadcast in the greater Paarl Valley area.
Okay, perfect. Do you have any other questions, colleagues? There's one over there.
I'm Joseph Bushby from Winelands Echo. Don't you think the MDDA Act of 2002 is a bit outdated? Because we try to review or ask the MDDA to review the MDDA Act a couple of years back already. We print now for more than 20 years. And what we see, you see
Okay, thank
clearly
you. Yeah, thanks.
that it's only 4% that you get from the print sector. Don't you think that is a bit too little? All right? And it's only one project last year that was funded, print project that was funded by the MDDA. What about us? All of us that submitted applications. This was now our third year that we applied for funding and was rejected. I think what you must do is you must go back, review the MDDA Act, and check section 17 or 16 from the MDDA Act that said that the print sector must only contribute on a voluntary basis. That is totally wrong. They must contribute legally.
Thank you for that. I can take another question and then we'll go back for responses. Okay, let's go back for responses.
Thank you so much.
Chimba? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I think it's Radio Casey, right? Yeah, you're asking, you guys applied and you never got any response after the assessment. Every communication was sent to all the applicants. You received letters with regards to your application. Yeah, so the communication was sent. So maybe you can just come and see me after this. You can just look at that further. Yeah.
Thanks. I'll tackle the second question from Winelands Echo. My name is Letabo from Sector Development. Agreed, the MDDA Act is very outdated, given the developments that are happening in the media and communication space. The challenge is one, so you have the Department of Telecommunications as the department responsible for formulating policy. You then have the GCIS, which is a department within a department, and they are then responsible for the review process of legislation for the entities that report to it, the MDDA being one of that. They initiated the MDDA Act Amendment review in 2000, and between 2002 2003, Brenda was still a board member then as well, so she was part of the process. Unfortunately, they do not have the review process as part of their APP targets for this medium term. So that means that chances are it might not even take place in the next 5 years unless they do review their APP and retable it to Parliament. But yeah, given the changes that are happening, it is quite dated. The Department of Telecommunications has also been busy with the white paper on audiovisual, the audiovisual white paper. And the challenge with that as well is it focuses on linear and nonlinear broadcasting, meaning that it does not focus on the broader multimedia space, which is a challenge for us. And one of the inputs that we made in our submission was that we need to relook at the media and communication space as a whole and not just focus on the broadcasting aspect. Of recent, the GCIS also communicated that they have retabled, I think, 2 cabinet. I saw the 2 colleagues from GCIS, they can correct me. The community media support scheme, which was previously, I think, tabled by Faith Mutambi, and at that time, it only focused on broadcasting. We haven't seen it as the MDDA, but I'm hoping that as well, that it takes a multimedia approach to it and not just focusing on broadcasting. I also agree with you in that the funding of commercial publishers should be legislated in a similar way with the USAV levy, because the community publishing space also have universal service obligations that they are meeting. One, ensuring that readers of your publishers have access to content in the language of their choice, and also ensuring access to information. One of the inputs that we have made then also in the white paper is that we need to look at a funding model where we can get
the commercial publishers, whether it be online or otherwise, contributing to the MDDA, whether it be for training or for funding. The drafters of the policy will decide, and also getting OTT platforms to also contribute to the MDDA. And these are the likes of Google, Facebook, and all other platforms that are also playing into the in the space where you guys are playing at. So
Do
we're
you have
hoping
it?
that with these legislative review processes, we will get that. So that 4% that Makasela was talking about is actually money from the investments. It's interest from the investments that we have
Got it,
made
got
with
it.
the South African Reserve Bank, and that's how we were able to support the publishing sector. On a good day, we get about 6 million from interest, and that's the money we then use to support the community media publishers and small commercial publishers. Depending on the applications that we get, we're able to support a maximum of 10 publishers, and that's when we are really stretching it across the country. So one of the challenges is legislation, dated legislation, and also just finding ways to ensure that the funding from commercial publishers is legislated, so that we're able to better support the community media publishers. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Spokazi Mkodlwa, manager responsible for broadcast projects. I just wanted to clarify Radio Case's question on the 15 months turnaround. So if you are approved for grant funding by the MDDA, the funding cycle starts from the 1st of April, the implementation. So your contract will start from 1st of April 2026, and it will run for 18 months, but 15 months of that 18 months is for implementation, and the remaining 3 months is for closeout. So that is how it works. The 5 months that Chimba explained earlier is from the time we close to the time you get to an outcome of your application. Thank you.
Thank you, Spokazi.
Thank you.
Pumelelo.
Thank you. Most of the questions have been answered by Ntateletap, but I just wanted to add one more thing to Mr. Joseph. I think the whole point of us having these workshops and roadshows is because we've identified that there are a number of complaints and unhappiness with those who have applied. So the whole point of us being here is to try and identify where you had problems. So we are available to assist, even if I don't respond to your questions now, but I'm available, any of us are available to assist you with the application process. And it's unfortunate that you've applied a number of times and been rejected. But at the end of the day, as Chimba said, approval or not is the decision of the board. But we are obviously able to assist you. I am available to assist you even today in terms of the application process. Thank you.
Thank you, Pumelelo. I'm going to open up for more questions if we have them here, but I see that we have one so far online. It is from Nongoma FM. They're asking, are there any specific governance requirements or standards that MDDA grant recipients must adhere to? Chimba, if you can just re-emphasize that point, please. And then do we have any more questions in the room? Okay, we have a hand there.
The editor at large at the Yili Solabantu News and Mother City News. One is a
Please just bring the mic closer to, yes, to your mouth, please. And then if you could please stand for us. So that we can see you clearly.
right.
Then I'm going to ask you to restart that introduction, please.
Right. My name is Peter Luhanga. I'm a journalist and editor at large at the Yili Solabantu News and Mother City News. Mine is a question of clarity. I would like to know whether if a publisher has got more than one publication,
just bring it closer to your mouth.
If say for example, a publisher has got more than one publication, community grassroots publications, which, as we know, print community media is really struggling. Would they be able to apply for both? Just need clarity on that. So.
Apply for both?
Yeah, like both titles. it's two different community publications with different audiences. So would they be eligible? But it's one umbrella entity, for example. Like for example, independent newspapers, which are not, of course, part of this. Like Media 24, they've got Tiger Burger,
Yes.
yeah, different areas.
But essentially, they're both community media
Yes,
newspapers.
yes. But different
titles.
Yeah, different titles and
Different audiences.
different audiences, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, from the same media house. Yeah, like say this publication. Yeah, exactly.
Let me just see if we have an additional hand. There's another hand there, and then we'll open for responses.
Just one more question. You mentioned something about audience research. As a community media, we constantly at loggerheads with the BRC. I've heard that you guys at MDD have conversations with the BRC. Can you confirm that? And how far or what is the progress, if any?
Thank you. So let's start with a question around adherence.
Okay, I'll take that question. Applicants, we expect that they adhere to their broadcast license conditions if you are a community broadcaster. That means we check with ICASA upon receiving your application if you are compliant with your license conditions. And if there are any red flags, then that will be a challenge. We also check with the Department of Social Development. If you are registered as an NPO, you need to be compliant with your NPO requirements. And we also send to Social Development all the applicants that are NPO registered and check compliance. This also applies with SARS. When you submit your application, one of the requirements on the website is that you should be SARS compliant. We also check with SARS if you are compliant. So there are a number of items that we check. Over and above that, a number of community radio stations are NPO registered and therefore have boards that are providing oversight to those community broadcasters. We check the board, if the board is still within the timelines approved by ICASA. Is it due for election, or are you non-compliant with ICASA requirements to hold an AGM? So we do check all those things that are governance related. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the next question was around funding for two titles that are essentially under one umbrella.
Dr. Peter Luang, I'm not too sure if we've had such a case where one organization has applied using two of their entities. So I'll just have to check on the records and come back to you with that one. I'll note it down. Yeah, I'll note it down and get back to you. But I've never come across such an incident because we usually give an organization one opportunity to apply. We've never had an organization that applies with two entities. So I will get back with the response before we leave today. Thank you.
Out of interest, do they still have the same management teams, or is it different? So how's the governance structured?
So it's different reporters, different sub-editors, different audiences.
And in terms of governance?
Well, there's a managing editor, of course. You report to one chief executive editor, or the sub-editors report to one managing editor, for example, but the audiences are different. The other one, for example, can be targeting marginalized communities. The other one could be the voice in the CBD, for example, where standards of journalism are going down, and municipalities are not getting checked. Council is not being covered because of some media houses, as you know, have retrenched a lot of journalists quite recently. Reporters have got no jobs now. One big entity has retrenched a lot of journalists. So if a newsroom is understaffed, they can't operate. So we're trying to fill that vacuum as small commercial media. So it's different audiences, different editors, different writers.
So outside of the audiences and the titles, what else distinguishes them? Do
The
they still have the same boards? Do they still have
yeah,
the same?
yeah. Same board.
Yeah, and you can't double dip, unfortunately.
Okay.
So you'll have to choose the publication that you are applying for, and yeah, MDD processes will then kick in. As you saw in the presentation, one is the constraint in terms of funds. Two, these are also public funds that we need to account for. So how do we then justify funding two publications from the same media group? It's just ethically not correct. Yeah. In terms of audience measurement, yes, we've had I think 2 or 3 engagements with the PRC. These started off early last year. We met with them and the sector bodies. The NCRF was there and SACRO was also there. One of the issues that we tackled was the methodology that BRC was using. And from their side, they did admit that the methodology that they are using is not necessarily suitable for the smaller community radio stations. And that we then needed to come together and find a way, a more suitable methodology that could be utilized. 2 was having an opportunity for the community media sector to be represented on the committees of the BRC. Of course, there's a fee payable for that. Then the second discussions that we had was around how we would fund the audience measurement research for community broadcasters. We were then able to raise around 7 million. And when we went back to the BRC, they said, no, that's not sufficient. We need 15 million to have audience measurement done for the sector and for a specific period. So we unfortunately then were not able to go further. We said to them, we'll try and raise more funds and see what we can do. We then approached also the ABC, and this was also a discussion led by the AIP. So we met with the ABC with the AIP, finding ways on how we can get the membership and certification for community publishers. And we appointed then ABC around March to do certification for the publishers. So we are expecting a report, the first report, hopefully soon, from the ABC, where they are working with around, I think, 100 publications from the community publishing sector, getting them the certification and also then the readership figures. Thanks.
Okay, I have 2 more questions online. One is with regards to the basket, the MDDA does fund rentals for a year. If motivated correctly, would the MDDA consider funding the purchasing of a property? The second question is, my question relates to campus media platforms, specifically radio stations and student newspapers that are owned by universities. Are these platforms eligible to apply for MDDA funding, even though they are technically university owned? And if so, what conditions or structures need to be in place to qualify? I represent a campus radio station that operates independently but falls under the university's ownership. I'd like to know if university-owned campus radio stations and newspapers are eligible for MDDA funding and whether the ownership structure affects the ability to apply.
Okay. In terms of rental, we do not fund for purchase of any property. It's way beyond our scope and affordability. But we do fund for rental. You just need to produce proof that you have a valid contract for that property, and then we will then assess it based on what you have submitted. Campus-based radio stations, stations that are based within university hold valid broadcast license from ICASA, just like any other radio station in any part of the country. They are not holding special licenses just for the university. They are broadcasting for that community that the university is based in. I'll make an example with TEF Radio in Limpopo. TEF Radio doesn't only cover Mankweng where it's based, but covers the entire 70 to 100 kilometers radius around Polokwane, which therefore overlaps to the communities next to the university, and they hold a valid broadcast license. So the question is, do we fund campus-based radio stations if they meet the requirements, hold a valid broadcast license? Yes.
Thank you for that. Are there any more questions from the floor?
Tabu, just in connection with the ABC certification, right? All of us were ABC certified for a couple of years, but there was no benefit for us other than they want to control us, all right, and regulate us, ABC. So what other benefits is there in for us? That is why we stop it, all right?
Sure. So when we engaged ABC, like I said, this was an initiative led by the AIP. And our understanding, the first challenge that we have when we approach potential funders, around the same time we met with ABC and BRC, we had met with MTN. And one of the challenges that they put to us was that when they start their campaigns for the MTN 8 Cup, they would approach community radio stations, and the issue of the audience numbers was a challenge for one. And two, also the rate cards that and this cuts across both print and broadcast, that some organizations did not have rate cards. There was just also anomalies in terms of the rate cards that they used. So the AIP then said, let's engage ABC to get the certification. This would assist us with getting at least reliable audience numbers and to see the reach of that publication. And we're hoping that then there would be spin-offs from that. One, we are able to reach advertisers. We are also then on our side, when we approach organizations for funding, we can say these are the publications or radio stations that we are supporting. This is their reach. And based on that, please assist us. We've done the same as well with ABSA, where we asked them to fund a bursaries for social entrepreneurship. And one of the challenges again is you don't have the reliable audience numbers. So we are coming from that perspective. In terms of the challenges that you guys have with ABC, those have never been documented. We don't know anything about them. The AIP hasn't said anything to us about that. So I will take that to EXCO and then see how we can work around that. We are also supposed to be meeting with them next week when we are in KZN. So this is another issue that we will raise with them. Thanks.
Colleagues, I do want to move our program along. Can I ask our colleagues from GCIS, please, to come to the front and set up in the meantime while we take the last question online. This is also from Nongoma FM. They are asking, what are the key factors that MDDA considers when evaluating grant applications, and how does the MDDA assess the potential impact or sustainability of proposed projects? So while we answer that question, I'm just going to ask that we set up for that presentation. We're essentially going to be hearing from our colleagues at GCIS regarding media buying and government support. I'm just moving a few things around for our program to just make sure that we catch up on the time that we had lost. Spogazi, will you be able to answer the question for us, please?
So the key factors we look at when we evaluate applications, so post the closing date, we then first look at, have you met the MDDA requirements documented on the website? That's the first phase. If any of those requirements are not met, you then fall off. The next phase is to check if you're a community broadcaster, are you compliant with your license conditions with ICASA? If you are registered as an NPO, are you compliant with social development requirements for NPO? That's the second phase. Post that, we then take all applications to the project oversight committee. It's a board committee where we then present all compliant projects, and then the board, we request the board to then give us permission to conduct physical assessments, meaning that all those that have made it to the second phase, the board will then grant us permission to visit the projects on site. So what we do when we conduct physical assessments is to check what you applied for versus what we see on the ground when we get to your project. We then compile a report, post that. That is then also taken to the executive committee, the board committee, and eventually to the board. What we also look at is, were you previously funded? Did you successfully implement the grant? Was there a point where you were non-compliant and you were returned back and you were unable to fully disperse your grant? So those factors also come into play, and the MDA board then takes a decision on such cases. We also look at the geographic location of a project. Where is it based? How many times has it been funded? What are the needs now? Sometimes you'll find a project applying for new studios, but when you get there, you don't necessarily need new studios, but you need refurbishment of the current studios that you have. Therefore, we weigh all the pros and cons on what is on paper and what we see when we are on the ground. Thank you.
Just to add that also, the MDDA also has a mandate for non-financial support, which is the training that we implement. And we basically target anybody who's in the sector for that training. So if we do it according to provinces, projects, community media, and that project will be, in that province will be invited for the training. If it's maybe if we do it by region, we'll do maybe inland provinces and coastal. We would take the same approach. We'll start with a leg for inland provinces and a leg for coastal provinces. We've invited a number of community media organizations for training, whether it be elections training, etc. This past week, we just started our technical training, which is an accredited training program for all community broadcasters who have studio equipment from us. And part of the reason that it's accredited so that we are also able to create opportunities for the participants in terms of furthering their studies. So they would be accredited for the modules that they complete for the training. If they want to take up the degree or the program further in terms of broadcast engineering, they can do that. They would be credited for the modules that they pass. And that training was for inland provinces. We also then, for our media literacy initiatives, work with different organizations. Earlier this year, we partnered with Zibonele and Dizindaba in implementing a basic computer training targeted at women and members of the LGBTQI community, and that was part of, I think, our Safer Internet Day program. So we also have the non-financial support, which unfortunately the community media sector doesn't find as attractive as the financial support, but we also do urge the sector to participate in those initiatives. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is David. I'm with CCFM. And just a clarity on something that was mentioned now. If you are underground and you find that you want to have refurbishment as a proposal, or that should be the case, is a new application required then? Or do you give other specifications that then should be entered into? Thank you.
So if you're applying for studio refurbishment, it's, oh, sorry.
Okay, now I was saying, if you're applying for a new, and you say on the ground, you say rather refurbishment, you need to do a new application.
No. So if you apply for a new studio, and when we assess your station, we discover that we actually need a refurbishment, not a new studio. we then, that is what we'll write to the board when we submit the report, that upon assessment of CCFM, we discover that there's certain elements that needs to be enhanced or changed in the studio, but not a completely new studio.
Okay.
So that is on us, not on you submitting a new application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lenina. I'm here representing the Trust for Community Outreach and Education. I just wanted to ask, so we know that the application process is quite extensive. It was mentioned that for this year, only one organization in the Western Cape received funding, and I was just wondering, are you anticipating more? I mean, have you forecast at least that you'll be able to give a little bit more funding for this year or fund more organizations, or is there any information you can give us about whether it's looking better for the next round?
Yeah, we do have, even in the print unit, sorry, we have one funded this year. I think it's Tizindab in the Western Cape. So the grant call is obviously open to all provinces this year. In the last financial year, I think it was a couple of provinces. So the decision taken this year is that all provinces should be given the opportunity to apply. So we are anticipating a lot of applications from the Western Cape and other provinces as well. I don't know if I'm answering the question well. Oh, okay. In terms of the budget, our target in terms of applications in the Western Cape in particular. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes.
Fine. So compared to last year and all the other years before, are you forecasting? I just mean, there's a lot of people in this room.
Yes.
It's a very extensive process. The compliance, the site visits, the waiting time, and if you can give us indication, it's like, oh, actually, we're looking better for 2026 in the next round of funding. We're hoping that we can give money to like more organizations rather than just one. I don't know. I mean, if you don't have that information, it's fine.
Let me assist there. We have APP targets, and those targets are not for specific provinces. They are for the entire country annually. For broadcast, we have a target of 22 projects that we fund annually. And unfortunately, we get close to 90 applications annually throughout the country for broadcast. And a huge number of those fall off because of non-compliance. So we are unable to predict how many will be compliant from the Western Cape this year, or the Eastern Cape, or any other province for that matter. We are guided by the applications that we receive, and those that make it to the final stages due to the compliance processes that are there and were outlined here earlier. So if a province ends up with one approved project, it's due to non-compliance of the rest. Yeah. That is for broadcast projects, but for print, it's quite a different ball game because of limitations to funding. As I said, broadcast, we have a target of 22. As we get our funds from the commercial broadcasters, USAF levies. Therefore, our target is 22 for the year across the country. But it's a different case for print. It's a different target due to limitations in funds. And Mpomela, you can outline that.
Thank you. I think with print, right now we have about 6 projects that we funded. So the target would be between 6 and 10. I think that would be a reasonable number. Yeah.
I can see the questions are on the rise, but I can also see that my colleague is frosting in the corner there. So let's take your question, Puti, but then we have to move on to the presentation.
Of course.
If you do have additional questions, please just jot them down, and then we'll take them after this presentation.
Right. Ziv LRP from Workers World. I just want to know with regards to the training component, do we have to be a licensed broadcaster to access that funding? And the non-financial support, also you don't have to be a licensed broadcaster? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so you don't have to be a license holder. You can be a publisher. As long as you are on our database, we have your contacts, we will send you the invite.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Refilwe Letswalo. I'm from GCIS Media Buying. My presentation is going to focus on 4 points. Firstly, what is GCIS Media Buying and why do we exist? I will also look into the media consumption habits and where does the community media specifically sit in the overall media landscape. I will look at the overall media spend at GCIS and versus that with the community spend, how much has been spent in the previous years that I will be showcasing on community media. And okay, can you hear me now? Okay. And then lastly, we will focus on the way forward to see how and the media buying, because mainly the support that the community media is seeking from us is in terms of advertising spend. So how do we then support the sector going forward in terms of advertising? GCIS media buying was introduced in 2004. It was a decision by the Comtask to say if it comes in-house, we are able to negotiate better rates in terms of savings. I need to highlight that GCIS doesn't have a specific budget for advertising. We rely on government departments that will send money to GCIS, and we therefore implement communication and media strategies on their behalf. So there isn't a specific budget allocated to GCIS for advertising. So we do rely, and we work on an ad hoc basis as and when departments identify a need to communicate. So the main idea of centralizing it is for government to have one voice, number one. Number two, a bigger budget means a bigger saving in terms of advertising when we go and negotiate rates with media houses. In terms of our internal processes, like I've said, we rely ad hoc basis as and when a brief comes in from national departments, work mainly with national departments, few and little projects here and there from provinces and municipalities, but mainly we focus on, or a chunk of our work come from the national departments. Internally, we have an internal traffic system where these campaigns will come in, they will be recorded, and they are monitored from there. Like I said, we don't have a budget, so the money comes in and sit in what we call a suspense account. So client automatically, in a way, through their CFO and our CFO control that budget pace. So the money can sit there. If it's not spent on advertising for a specific project, it doesn't automatically roll over for GCIS to pay their staff or something like that. It's meant for campaigns, and we are audited and we report as and when required and where the money was spent. So we do, like if it's advertising, we will have post-campaigns. We need to have the proof of lightings. So the stuff that we will ask from our community media suppliers is the stuff that the auditors want from us. Did it flight? Where did it flight? If it's a print publication, we will want to see the actual newspaper that this ad was advertised. We do find in certain cases that suppliers do take chances. In the past, we find people sending back to us the same advert that we've sent for them to book to say it flighted. So for now, like going forward, we said, you will have to deliver the actual newspaper copies to GCIS so that we can see that it indeed flighted. We will touch on that when we speak more on compliance. The financial management I've spoken about is the suspense account. We do have the media tools, we do have the research. We don't only spend, there's this notion that because we are government and we are obligated or we are supposed to support the sector, we will spend. But we need to back it up with research. I'm happy that they spoke about earlier on audience measurement, their talks with the BRC. So we do have those tools. We are in the business of buying numbers. It's all about numbers. If you're saying to me you're going to reach 10,000 audiences, I need to be able to verify it. I need to be able to back it up when the auditors come in. So we do have the analysis, and where we don't have, we work with the sector, we work with the overall industry to provide the research. We also go into value negotiations. We negotiate discount. It becomes a little bit challenging when it comes to the community media sector, given that the sector is struggling already. So you're going to somebody who's struggling and you ask for a discount. So we do negotiate in terms of we'll have the set rate, which sometimes becomes unfair because you'll have a publication that has only 5,000 audiences and one that has 20,000 audiences. It becomes unfair if I'm going to say, I will benchmark and give them the same rate. It can't work like that. So we do look at those things as well when we say we need the research so that I can be able to justify why I paid a certain rate vis-a-vis another rate to one who doesn't have the audiences. Doesn't necessarily mean we won't spend, because eventually when we spend, we believe we can find a way to grow the papers or the radio stations to reach a wider audience. And like I've said, this is the the management system where a brief comes in, we do the data analysis, we match, will the publication or the radio station talk to whoever I've identified as my audiences? Is it aligned with my overall campaign objectives? We don't only spend for the sake of spending to say we are mandated to support and therefore I will just pump in money into the community. So it needs to be aligned. Everything needs to be backed up by research, like I've said. And then we do also, in conjunction with our client service department, where we go back and report to clients. I might put you on my media schedule, and when client comes, because they approve which publications essentially stays on my media plan. When I come out, I would have requested a quotation from you, and then when it goes back to client says, okay, for now I don't have the money for this few, and then you take them out. It also becomes a challenge when you have to go back to the sector or to the suppliers to say, you didn't make the cut for this specific campaign or for this specific period. But we do try, where the budget allows, to work with everybody, especially if it's province-based. Then we will go into the budget and see, can I afford to work with everybody in the province? If not, then there will be certain elimination criteria that will be enforced. That is the overall, just shows you how we go into terms of the research, the audience and segmentation I've spoken about. How do we then select the media? Is it aligned to goals? Am I reaching the value for money at the end of the day? So this is my, where I'm just going to touch a little bit on the media consumption habit for the community media in the past 7 days. There are audiences. I think the notion, or some people will make you believe that community media platforms don't have the numbers. The numbers are there, we've seen it, as compared to the overall commercial platforms. So we do see that we are able to reach quite a few audiences. If you look at community radio, overall population, it was 43 million, and then you've got like 3 million of that reached through community radio, which is quite significant. And then print as well, and then TV. We don't have a lot of community TV stations, but they do feature in the overall consumption habit. I've tried to highlight the Western Cape one, because we are in Western Cape today. We have overall the number of community stations measured at 293. GP is taking the highest number of community radio stations with 53, and then it's followed by the Western Cape. I think it would have changed, because the previous presenter spoke about a TV station in Mpumalanga. If you watched on my slide, it's not included there. So I've highlighted that there's also one TV station in Mpumalanga, so the slide will need to be updated. But overall, this is what currently looking like. And also, this takes into effect the number of stations or publications that we are currently working with at GCIS. We are not working with everyone solely because of the compliance issue. When it comes to compliance, a lot of the radio stations or the publications, we find that they are non-compliant. And through these sessions with MDDA, we are hoping to find a way, how do we then support the sector in terms of compliance with their CSD issues, because non-compliant on CSD means I cannot issue a PO even if you are approved on my media schedule. And we find that a lot when we do campaigns, then we have to, we often drop a lot of radio stations or print publications because of the compliance. So through these engagements, we are hoping to find a way. How do we support the sector? Because I don't see it, or I don't think there will be a way where they will say, you are totally exempted, you don't need to. So, but we need to find a way, and we do try and encourage, should you find issues, come to us, and we see from GCIS point of view, how do we assist you in making sure you're compliant. Should you get an email that you're not compliant, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world, we're not going to use you. We try and get as many as we can, because the more, it means more numbers and audiences for us. And then that is also the coverage in terms of the media, community media, as highlighted in the previous slide. GP is still number 1 in the Western Cape. Out of this 845 highlighted here, not everyone is compliant on CSD. So we do have campaigns where the budget allows for us to use everyone, but we end up with a few, or only use the ones that, according to our radio unit, because they will keep a database as and when we do campaigns to say, for this period, these radio stations were found to be compliant. And others will be compliant, but when it comes to paying invoices, we are not able to pay them because they are not able to justify or prove that they did actually flight the campaign. So it becomes a bit challenging. You are compliant, we gave you the PO, we gave you the work, come invoicing, we can't pay you if you can't prove to us that you did as well implement the work. We've had issues where in the past, radio stations, one will flight and try and share the feed or the proof of flighting with the other stations that they know, to say, you can send it to GCIS and say you have flighted. And maybe they won the first time, and then the auditors come and then we pick it up to say, but this, it cannot be that you had the same presenter throughout all the stations, because when we ask for clips. So those are the chances that I'm saying we are also spoiling it for us or for other people that are compliant and being honest. This is just our overall spend, GCIS media spend. You will see there was a significant decline in terms of the spend in 2023, 2024, and I will touch on why it happened like that. And it's quite a huge amount of money that in terms of spend, because it's a positive for us if it goes up, but if it goes down, what happened to result in the money or the spend dropping? In terms of the community print, what happened, we had a panel of agencies for community print. We were able to spend more because then in terms of compliance, you're only dealing with one agency as opposed to 100 publications, and then you're also saying to each publisher that you are not compliant. So if it's one under agency, then we only deal with the compliance issue for that agency. There were challenges as well in terms of the panel, but it was, like, I would say 80% successful. The challenges were that publishers will also complain that you pay the agency, but we don't get paid in return, because we have flighted, you pay the agency, but we don't get paid. So those are the other things that maybe as GCIS, MDDA, how do we then, how do we then manage that process? There's also a tender. It's been advertised for the community print panel to come in place. I think Diana will help me with that. I think it will be advertised this week or next week, where we want to have, because it works easier for us when we deal with agencies. It doesn't say when you're a publisher and you feel I want to stand on my own, you can't participate on the tender. You can come directly to us if you are sure that you are compliant and everything of yours is on board. You are very much welcome to fill in the tender documents and be part of the panel. So that's why the spend drastically went down, because then we were not able to spend. We will have the budget and not be able to spend it, mainly solely because of compliance issues. And the other thing is the representation by associations. The only one, or the one that we are mostly famous or is well known, is the AIP. We found out recently that there are other publications that say, I'm not under the AIP, I fall under the other sitting association that we're not even aware of. We're calling all these associations to also come on board, because if we know who you are, then we are able to see how do we then help those under your stable, the publishers, because other publishers are of a view that we only support those that are under the AIP. It's not true. The AIP is the one that we know and that we are working with on a regular basis. So we are saying if there are more associations in terms of print, come to us, and then we see how do we then help those publishers that are under your stable. This is just the overall spend in relation with other media platforms. Outdoor has also drastically went down because of compliance issues, municipal bylaws. We are very strict when it comes to the compliance, and if it's not compliant to us, it's a non-compliant structure. We won't put up our advertising on that structure. And the same with the community sector. We've found a lot of irregularities, which we are trying to address with the different municipalities. The other thing that dropped and that is mostly interesting with the print is the introduction of the online publications. You will see the significant increase on our online spend because that's where the trend is going. We are seeing more and more growth on the online platforms. And we're also encouraging community print or community media platforms to say, if you are also able to venture onto the online, have both, I think it will work significantly well because that's where we see the growth is going in terms of spend. We are spending, people are shifting more from the actual print to online podcast as well. If you are able to do that, I know it's not everybody at the moment because of funding and stuff that's able to venture in that area, but that's where we see the growth and we project that it will be even more in the coming years. This is just our spend on community media in the past 5 years. I think the amount of money that you see in 2020, 2021, it was due to COVID. Everybody was just interested to see what's going on, when are we being let out of the house. So there was a lot of consumption in terms of community media, especially radio, because I think everybody was just waiting for that announcement that you can now go outside. So it was because of COVID, because you can see after that year, the years, it went down. But it was mainly because of our print panel was still in place in 2021, 2022. And then when the panel lapsed, that's when the spend also, we can see a significant drop in the media spend. This is just showcasing again on year media spend on the different platforms. Community, it was 11%, 15%, and it's now sitting at 22%. And I think that 22% we take in the edition by online. Like I said, we see a few community media platforms are venturing into the online space as well. And we are trying and encouraging them to do that, and we are spending with them as and when the budget allows. This is just another slide, but it's the same as the previous one. And I think now we can touch on, given everything that I've said, what is the way forward? How do we move from here? How do we continue supporting the sector? We can see there's a growth in radio as compared to the previous race. Like I've highlighted, the panel of agencies was very effective. And when it went, when it was stopped or the contract ended, we were not able to procure or spend on community media. We are trying, but it becomes very challenging in terms of the compliance issue. Also, they are, how do you, like the auditors are they ask like the finance people ask questions like, how did you select this one over that one? So when we have a panel in place, we can just say this were appointed through a tender system and is effective for 3 years. So we don't have to answer those questions, because today I spent with this publication the following week when I do another campaign, there's another one that has come up. Maybe they don't have the numbers yet, and I have not taken them. So you say, but you keep spending with the same publication, and we see there are new ones that are coming in as well, as and when you do campaigns. So it becomes very tricky. So we are in the process of finalizing the specifications. Like I've said, we will advertise this week, or if not this week, hopefully next week, it will be up on the e-tender portal. And then you are more than welcome to participate. And we are going to departments, and the other issue that we find, publishers or community broadcasters, there's this 30% allocation that is meant for the sector. We know about it, but it was not formally legislated. Nothing is enforcing departments to do that 30% allocation. So we do try on our media schedules to allocate 30% to the community sector, but because it's not legislated, nothing is binding. It was just a conversation that was had, and I think maybe one of the previous ministers was like in an interview, he said 30% will go to the community sector. But because it's not legislated, it becomes even difficult for GCIS to enforce it on the departments to say, this is how much you should be spending with the community sector. There are those ones that are willing when you say to them, this was suggested and we think it's a good way of supporting the sector. But then the publishers came, no, but the government said you'll give us 30%. It's not legislated anyway. Maybe this is where the GCIS MDDA can take the conversation further to Parliament to say, let's have it enforced, let's have it in black and white, and then we will see growth in that. Our weakness or the weaknesses in terms of supporting the sector, mainly is compliance. We are struggling with compliance in terms of the CSDs, the SBD forms, the proof of lighting, which essentially means I'm able to pay the invoices. Because if I haven't paid the invoice, then as much as you have done the work, you don't get the support that we are here advocating for. So we need to get it right. And my colleague is here because she deals mainly with that compliance, to take on other questions after the presentation on to say, how do we then, if you're flighted or your invoice was not paid, then you'd let us know, and then we look into what were the reasons, and then how do we help. The other issue is we advocate for the panel to be in place, because if I were to take on 100 publishers, for instance, for one campaign to be on my schedule, it means I need to have 100 CSDs for that campaign. It's not viable, because by the time I get to supply chain to generate orders, the CSD has lapsed. When I go back, you were compliant yesterday, today you are not compliant. So we are advocating for publishers to be under one umbrella, maybe form a group if you are from Western Cape, I don't know, maybe, and then we will have a Western Cape represented body, and then we deal only with the one body, as opposed to having 200 publishers. Because some fall along the way. I will start with 200. By the time I issue purchase orders, I only have 50. So it becomes a challenge. Opportunities, like I've said, there is an opportunity in terms of online. If we are able to find a way to venture into an online space while still keeping our original platforms or our original publications, I think we will grow the sector from there. If we form cooperatives in all the provinces, find a way to deal, for us to deal, have one representative, even if it's not the association, we come together as publishers to say, we will select, or we have maybe an entity, we register an entity that will represent our publishers, and we participate in the tender. I think that will save us a lot of time, and we will grow the spend as well, because the money is there. At times, we sit with the money at the end of the financial year, we send it back to departments, and the reason mainly because publishers or community radio stations were not compliant, or they have flighted, they cannot prove to me that they have flighted. Others, they say, I have flighted, but they don't even send an invoice. If you have done the work, send through an invoice. We spend most of our time chasing invoices from suppliers. And then another thing, it is just for GCIS, MDDA. I have it here as AIP, but I think, like I've said, because this is the only association that we know of or we have working relations with. If there are other associations, please come forward. Let's see how do we work with you, and so that we are able to help the publishers under your stable. And our main thing as GCIS, by supporting the community sector, is to grow it beyond government spending. When you go to private agencies, numbers, numbers, numbers. How do you prove it? So if we are able, in terms of audience measurement, we support the sector to be audited, they have audience figures, we can even see them growing and tapping into the spend of private brands in terms of other advertising agencies. So if we are able to do that, have them regulated, have them, give them the research, or form a part of a body of research that you are able to prove to a brand like Coke to say, I will give you 20,000 audiences, and you are able to measure that. So that is our main objective, to say, if we support the sector now, we support it beyond GCIS spend, because if I don't have money, or if we don't spend with you, then the sector does. So we want it to grow beyond government, and then they can go into private agencies or get advertising from private advertisers as well. And that is our main objective. And this is the GCIS media team. We are led by Ace, and we are 3 media strategists. And then we have, so if you don't see me, you will see Phineas, you will see Faith, or you will see Ace in the other roadshows. But essentially, this is the message that we are taking in all the roadshows. Then I think I will stop here for questions, or if it's too pressing or you want privacy, you can see me afterwards together with Dinah.
Thank you so much, Refilwe. We are going to take questions now from the floor. Colleagues, do you have any questions for GCIS? Any more hands?
So is there any movement into...
Sorry, let me just check if we have any more hands. Okay, we have another one there. You can use my mic.
So is there any movement into legislating the 30%? Because this is now 13 years that we 20 years that we advocate for the 30%. And every year we just come away here with all the talk shops happy, and nothing happened after that. So is there any, what are you doing with the 30%? Is there a way that you legalize it, Mikey?
I think this is the question I will take back to my principals, because me, in my capacity as Refilwe, there's nothing I can promise you in terms of it being legislated next year or the following year. But
yes, I want to support what the last speaker said. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Wesley from Radio CSFM. I just want to find out, I don't know if you can answer the question or not, but I'll ask it. Does the GCIS or the MDDA, do you have any input with the buying agencies? Sorry, with the media agencies? Let me stand down close to the speaker there. With the media agencies, because there's a report there on the Media Online of 2017 that addresses the inequality in that space. And I'll just give you the numbers quickly so that you can understand this. It says that in the period from March 2016 to February 2017, media agencies spent 7.4 billion, right? Of which 98.3% went to commercial and PBS. So are you guys kind of advocating for the community space with them so that that spend in the community sector can be a little bit more than just that 1.7% that comes to us from media agencies, from buying agencies? So I just want to know if the MDDA and if GCIS has any if you're advocating for us in that space.
Thank you. My name is Mahmoud Sangle. I'm a member of AIP and an independent publisher. The matter of the 30% contribution by government via GCIS to the community media sector has first been proposed in November of 2011. That's 14 years ago. I was the recipient of that email where that announcement was made. And ever since then, there's always been talk about how print media publishers are non-compliant. And every time a forum like this is organized and print media organizations are told they are not compliant, they produce evidence of compliance, they apply, and they register with the CDI, the CSD. I get emails from CSD all the time for tenders that I'm supposed to apply for regarding pipelines and computers and infrastructure, but nothing to do with media, although I applied as a media organization. And the similar kinds of complaints are being heard from other AIP members. So this idea about making the 30% available, but nobody really benefiting from it, hasn't been properly interrogated. And I think the proposal that this should be legislated is a good one, because that can actually compel government and organizations like the MBDA to actually implement it for a change.
Okay, so I'll just take your responses to those questions. But colleagues, I just want to emphasize something again, because this is my program and I'm directing it. And again, I think there's just a way that we need to engage, because I understand that issues can be quite sensitive to some of the the stuff that we're dealing with today, but it can be done in a respectful way. Colleagues like Refila have been sent by their principals to be here. If there's something that she can't answer, then she can take it up with them again. But what she has done is, on the request of the MDDA, taken time to represent her organization here, for which we are very grateful and for which we must give her the due respect that she needs to be able to conduct her presentation, but also to respond to the questions that are on the floor. I hope that is clear. Is it not clear? If it is not clear, please give him the mic so that he can then.
We've got a lot of struggles in this sector, especially the print sector. And you want the print sector to transform, all right? So the percentage that he's talking about, the spend, the advertising spend, that 1.7%, also go to the mainstream media. They also sort of community media. We are getting nothing out of it. So we are getting fed up of all these talk shops and nobody is doing nothing about it. And you expect us just to laugh it out.
I didn't even suggest that you need to laugh it up. Did you understand my request as the program director for today? It's like expecting me to dictate to the board of the MDDA. I simply do not have that power. But I'm here because I've been sent to direct the program today. It's a simple request that with the speakers that are here, we also offer them the same respect.
Can I just come in there? Thanks. As the gentleman has said, Mahmoud, right? It's been 11 years. Remember, 14 years. Remember that came about again, unfortunately, during Faith Mutambi's time. And it was basically a wish list. It similar to the commercial sector not contributing anything to the MDDA. It's the same situation. This is not legislated. In defense of the GCIS as well, is that you have government departments that don't use the GCIS media buying unit. So they have their own media buying agencies. And I stand, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. The gap there is that then we need to find a way also of compelling all government departments to use the GCIS as its media buying a wing, as a training agency for all government communicators, so that there are synergies in what we communicate and how we conduct business. Unfortunately, GCIS does not have those powers right now to compel the Department of Water and Sanitation, for example, to use any platform for advertising. That's the first. Two, you are right in that there are challenges in the sector. I would like to believe you belong to a sector body. In this 14 years, what has your sector body done to bring this 30% to fruition? Has the AIP engaged Parliament? Has the AIP engaged the department? And what has happened there? That's my first question. The second question is, the people that you have either recommended or deployed on boards of the MDDA, when their term ends, have you gone back to them and say, Chief, what have you done to assist the sector? More especially if that person wants a second or third term, right? We have an advocacy role that we have to play, and we take that, and we try by all means to play that. But if we are not the drafters of legislation, and we are not the drafters of policy, unfortunately, there's not much we can do. And this is not making excuses. Look at the mandate of the MDDA. You've got an agency that has a national footprint and only has close to 50 people. If we include 6 interns, we've got 60 people that have to do the work of an agency that's similar to the NYDA. And these people month on month crisscross the country to ensure that we are able to assist the sector. So one of the questions that you perhaps as sector body should be taking to all these, whether the department or parliament, you guys are giving these people 33 million to execute a mandate of an agency that's worth 250 million. You see, so we need to collaborate in some areas so that we are able to get better support for the sector. And this is not making excuses for the MDDA. Yes, there are gaps in some of the work that we do where we can improve, but we can't do all of this thing on a shoestring budget. And also, we are I don't know what you legal people call it, David, a creature of statute. We are confined as to what we can do.
So if there's any limitations in the act, that is where you must actually do your work in, isn't it? So we said that for how many years now that you must review the MDDA Act, because the contributions from the print sector is too little to support the print, us as the community media all over the country. I mean, what is 6 million? All right? So that is why we said Section 16 need to be reviewed, because they can't contribute on a voluntary basis. 4%, it's too little.
Yeah.
We can't transform media then.
Like I said, the GCIS initiated the process of the amendment review. David is here, he was leading it. We were part of that process. I think we ended up at the SEER stage with the DPME, where it was doing the socio-economic impact assessment. After the socio-economic impact assessment was done, it went to the state law advisor, and that's where the process was. And there were issues that the state law advisor found and returned the draft to the GCIS. Unfortunately, like I said, it's not part of the APP targets for the GCIS for this medium-term period, unless then they review their APP and strategy for the medium term, retable it. And maybe one of the things that the sector also needs to do is to say, guys, the MDDA Act is way outdated. There needs to be work done on that. But I can even share some of the submissions that we've made on the white paper where we speak on the 30% commit ad spend in legislating it, where we want to get the OTT platforms to contribute to the MDDA. One of the things that the suggestions that we made as well was that we need to have a National Skills Institute where, and NEMISA, because it's already positioned as a training agency of government, is that the collaboration between MDDA and NEMISA would establish a national training institute where community media can then also be capacitated. Over and above the financial support, we need to also ensure that skills development is as sexy as the financial support to the sector. So we are doing work. I'm more than happy to share some of the work we've done on the MDD amendment bill and the white paper submission. So we are playing our advocacy role.
Let's please respond to the question from Wesley, sorry, I wanted to say CFM. CFM, and then we had another question there, and then we'll open up for more. Okay.
To answer Wesley's question, I will just tap into what he just said. We don't have control, like there are other government departments that don't come through GCIS. So we don't have a control how they use their advertising spend. So imagine when it comes to private agencies, they do their own thing. They don't even report back to us. The only way we will have control, even if a department decides to appoint a DENSU as their media house, if this 30% is legislated, DENSU will still have to comply with that legislation, even if they don't use GCIS. But because it's not legislated, there is nothing in paper that say I can go to DENSU and say, this is where you need to spend. Because we are also failing at this moment to have that foresight or control over the government department themselves that will come through us. So it's a bit of a catch-22.
The Mac Charters Council that's being led by Mr. Nen. I mean, part of its mandate is to also ensure that there is transformation within the media advertising space, because ownership is still concentrated within, we know, your JC in Tontoni, the French company. So part of the Mac Charter Council is to ensure that there's alignment with the new BE codes so that the sector is transformed. And maybe one of the challenges is that government is not doing a good job in communicating some of the initiatives that it's doing. So similar to the broadcasting, the commercial broadcasting sector, ownership and control is still concentrated in white and mostly foreign companies. And that's the challenge we have. I was telling the two interns now outside is that whilst this deal between Canal and MultiChoice has passed the stage of the Competition Commission, it poses serious issues around ownership issues, because legislation currently says foreign control of a media company in South Africa can only be limited at 30%. And yet Canal is basically now taking over MultiChoice. And that poses serious issues around ownership and control issues. So these are also then the discussions that we need to be having, and not just, and look at the media ecosystem as a whole, and not just issues that directly affect us. Because should anything happen to MultiChoice, the MDDA is going to be in a very problematic situation financially, because a core of our funding comes from that. Even salaries of some of the colleagues in the broadcast unit comes from the money that we get from these commercial broadcasters.
And also to add on terms of, in terms of questions that have to do with the legislation and stuff like that, I have seen that our DM has been scheduled to attend 2 of the workshops in KZN and in Free State. I think that's where these questions should be brought up, because he will be there as a member of parliament to say where are we with the questions that you've raised in terms of legislating the 30% and other things that have to do with the policy.
Okay.
All right. The question here. So would you mind just? Has it been addressed, your question? Okay. We'll head over there.
I'm here.
Is it a follow-up?
Yeah.
Let's take the follow-up.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I don't want to belabor the point. I accept your answer. I just want to ask you this question. Here's another little report I'm reading here from 2022, making reference that the MDDA received 63% of its funds from broadcast funders through the USAF, right? So I just want to find out, so that is a levy, my understanding, a levy to the commercial broadcasting space. Am I correct in saying that? That the MDDA kind of levies the commercial broadcasters to make up that funding? Is that okay? But the question that I'm trying to land on is, if that is kind of the case there, is that not a possible consideration because of the sector? Is that not a possible consideration into that privately owned media buying space, that we can have some form of commitment from those agencies to better look at the community sector. Just a question. I don't know again if it's the platform for the question. Thanks.
Access to print, whether it be online or a physical newspaper, as part of the universal service obligations, universal access obligations, ensuring freedom of speech, access to media, and again, the promotion of indigenous languages. And one of the proposals that we've put forward were in the reviews of the MDDA Act and also in the white paper review is that we need to consider legislating support from OTT platforms and the commercial publishers, whether it be an online publisher or we need to consider that. Beyond that, yeah, we would have to hear from the colleagues who are leading the MEC Charter Council, for example, as to if that can be done. But yeah, that question unfortunately is just above our pay grade.
Okay. Thank you very much, Zweli Nokajwa from Zbonele FM. I think on the issue of the 30% spend on community media, we're just going to need to sound like a broken record, colleagues. Wherever we see them, we remind them that that's what we need as a community sector. Earlier this year in January, the Deputy Minister came through for the launch that was supposed to take place that did not happen. And we said to him in no uncertain terms that 30% spend on community media must be implemented. He took note of that and he said, look, I'll make sure that whenever I have an opportunity, it's tabled at cabinet level and all that. I don't know if this is going to be of help, but on Friday, we were in the budget vote for GCIS, and the minister did say that she will take it now. It's on in the budget. It's going to be taken to cabinet for policy. So it is now at that level, and we were just happy with the fact that at least there's acknowledgement, there's some movement. There are people who ask, is there any movement? Friday, they did mention that in the budget speech, and it was rather a little bit disappointing that MDDA is only allocated 40 million. And we thought, wow, for such a lot of work that needs to be done, what is 40 million? But that is what it is, and the 30% is now going to go to cabinet for policy and approval.
Thank you. We had a hand at the back.
Yes, I'm from Radio Namakwaland in Vredendal, and we very much appreciate GCIS, and we appreciate working with you. And just for stations, and some years ago we had terrible issues with with CSD, and small issues like email addresses not adding up, or just stuff we couldn't fix. And on some roadshow, they actually came to Vredendal, and we went and we registered. Just sat there. They changed a few things, and ever since everything is fine. So if you've got maybe compliance issues with CSD, a visit to them might fix everything. But that's not my question. It's not just a little note I'd like to share. What happened to GCIS Western Cape? Last year, I think sometime last year was the last we heard of them. And Western Cape government now works through a media house called Orca Media. That was, I think, previously the Media Connection. That might send some shiver down some station spines. So I'd like to know what happened to GCIS Western Cape. We had a lot of issues with communication with GCIS Western Cape. But still, I think that was, if GCIS Western Cape can operate the same as GCIS that we're working with, that would be much better than going through a media house.
Do you want to take those two?
Yes.
Well, I think the first was comment, but
Yeah. Let me start with the one at the back. The GCIS Western Cape is very much in existence. They are led by our DDG, Michael Curran. He's based in the head office. But I will chat to you after this, and then we see what were the issues, and then we give you the contacts. Because as far as I know, that's how we're supposed to be working. It makes our work much easier when the stations go through the provincial offices, and some of the compliance issues can be solved very quickly through the provincial offices. The comment, thank you. At least now we know there is something that is being done about the 30%. I think throughout the morning was, what is being done? Is it being, because we've been, so now we know there is progress, and it was tabled and mentioned in Parliament last week, Friday.
any more questions, colleagues?
Good morning. My name is Diana Makuto. Without further questions, I would like to talk about the compliance. Yes, with compliance, especially when it comes to community print and community radio, we still have challenges regarding that. Especially when it comes to completing your SBD forms, some radio stations or community print will send uncompleted SBD forms, especially when it comes to 2.1, and also the last page of the bidder's name. They will write the name of the manager, and which we don't want it. We want the station name or the publication name. And also your quotations, your quotation date and your SBD for document should match. That's where we get the challenges. And also we get challenges whereby you don't specify the campaign. When you send your quotation, you don't specify for which campaign is it for. Those are the challenges that we have. And also your CSD, when it's non-compliant, we can't use you. So please ensure that your CSD is always compliant at all times, especially your text compliant. And also if you have a government employee, please also send through your affidavit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any more comments or questions?
It's not a question, just a comment. I've been in media for 37 years of my life, and lots of my colleagues in the print know me. I sat on the board of the AIP for a while. We need to change the way we do business. We're 30 years in our democracy, and we still recognize the ABC. We're still talking to the BCR. Guys, the community media will never transform. We will not move forward if we don't change the rules of engagement. I applaud you guys for talking to the BCRs. I applaud you for even raising the 7 million. But if you as the development agency can't move forward with the BCRs, imagine us. And that's one of the biggest stumbling blocks for me now in community radio. When I go in front of an agency, they look at that number. My radio station, we proudly say we have a listenership of 80,000. They say we got 44,000. In the last 12 months, our Facebook, our online has grown double to 81,000, and they say we're going backwards on the FM. So they've agreed with you that they do not believe they servicing the community media correctly. The challenges raises us 15 million, I think what you said, to do a proper job. Find somebody else. Let's rewrite it. Why do we, the ABC in print media, for all of you guys that have been printing newspapers, I worked in mainstream media. I worked with the Cape Times, the Argus. I've worked with the Star. I've worked with the Natal Mercury, the Daily News. The ABC rules are made by the people that are in those media houses. I recall in the early 2000s, when print was dying, they made rules to say that we can actually count 10% of free newspapers as promotional bulk, so that the ABC still looks good on the agency side. So the rules are made to suit the big guys. That's history. We need to change it, guys. And as a development agency, you have to help us to do this.
Thank you, colleagues. We're going to pause here for now, and we're going to take a tea break up until 20 to 12. So please make sure that you're seated by then, and then we'll have our next presentation from the legal department. Thank you.
See that the previous KYC is OM 22983. What was the name of this individual, man? Carol. C-A-R. And surname. Oh, I'm first gonna have to log a request for Carol to be removed.
Colleagues, if you can please take our seats so we can resume our session. Colleagues at the back, if we can please take our seats. Thank you so much. We're now going to hand you over to our legal and risk manager, Mr. David Moreira, who's going to talk to us about a few governance issues as they relate to the MDDA. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning, colleagues. You know, I'm a bit conflicted. I hate the podium, so I was told maybe stay behind the podium. You'll use such small time. So, but I can see my body wants to go outside of the podium. But let's try this. As introduced, my name is David Moreira. I'm the manager for the Legal and Risk Department at the MDDA. And I will be offering you today's session around, it's a mixture of ethical leadership, good governance, importance of compliance with regulatory bodies, MDDA grant conditions, and project governance failures. So the presentation I share, it's usually most relevant post your approval. But at this juncture, I was asked to form part of these sessions because there are some issues that we deal with more when applications are rejected or are disqualified for lack of compliance, for failures to comply with our risk-based approach assessment tools. So I was asked to raise these issues at this level so that we have enough applications to take through the third and second stage of application consideration. So my presentation is going to take this fashion. We're going to address the grant agreement specific compliance clauses. Some of you would have gone through them, but we changed them over the years, or rather improved them after considering some of the challenges that we would have had with previous projects or having considered comments at platforms like these. We'll also then venture into principles applicable and observed by the MDDA and the benefits of those. I'm going to also share areas of attention in governance, particularly for your entities, and then typical failures observed over the period. I think maybe let me start my presentation by sharing the following. I think Mr. Dibetule Tabo made reference to me in responding to a few of your comments earlier. Without trying to reopen that engagement, I want to firstly start by saying I commend the level of engagement, but my plea would be that those must not only end here. And I like the view that says we must change the mode of operation. We must not be used to pushing the car to have it move, but we must try alternative ways of how to get this vehicle moving. The Act is under amendment, but it is a slow process, colleagues, I can tell you. I started with the amendment process 2022. But that's where I got in. So there were people before me that were or had already initiated the process. But I can tell you, if you're to compare the work that we've done in 2022 to date, you'll think we've not done anything. Because in some instances, for legislation to move, it needs, in other sectors, they are called civil society organizations that push these things, because they said the act would be addressing an issue of their greatest interest. And from what I heard today is that the MDDA Act, based on the propositions that we have made, particularly around what you've now seen the minister presenting in the 30%, on how to regulate the sector, on how to improve processes, on how to better implement processes that would enrich the sector, those provisions are there. If you require to, or if you want to see the draft, you can ask for it. We can share it with you. The last I know is it came from the state law advisor because it failed a constitutional test. And the constitutional test is because we're really trying to stretch this act to be able to cover everything. We're trying to put measures against specific entities or parties, or to include provisions that force other stakeholders to contribute. So that's why we then failed, because they said, no, but you can't put this here, whereas you have not amended another part of another legislation. So we really are pushing, and I think I'm happy to hear, I actually heard for the first time that apart from the AIP, there's another association. If there is, please, can it please also come up so that it also assists the AIP in pushing some of the views. In the broadcast side, we know of organizations like the NCRF, SACRO, and others. It's high time that we start pushing policy, because policy is what makes it easier for you to achieve what you want to do. That's why you then see that I'm here. You receive funds of the MDDA. The funds are regulated by an agreement. And for us, that agreement is policy. So that's why we're able to force you to do anything within the agreement, because to us, that is the policy. So as much as you colleagues want to also push the sector, I can tell you, if you have great emphasis on policy, you'll then see that there will be an easy operation within your entities. So I just thought I should share that, so that you know that in as much as we're running around, we're not sitting on our laurels. We are really trying to push for the sector, because some of us may have joined this sector very late, career-wise, but we see the work that you do, and we love what you guys do. That's why we're here. So the grant agreement is a very huge document. I'm not going to bore you with the specific details. I just want to highlight one or two issues there. The critical terms in the agreement, once you've signed it, relate to periods. When do you enter into the agreement? By when should you have spent your funds? By when should you have reported? When the grant comes to an end? And when do you submit a closeout report? That's the granting agreement. Oh, I actually forgot. There's another element around the acquisition or procurement of services or assets. Those are the key issues that you really play, that you pay great attention to. And I think one of the things that really we've seen over the years that has become a challenge is the adherence to time. I think the board has been gracious of recent. They've approved the agreement to now be 18 months. But with the 18 months, they've created a 6-month reporting period. Because we see that there is a challenge with sticking to timelines. So we give you 500,000 rands to go buy 2 items. We allocate you like 5 months to do that. Towards the end of the 5th month, then now things are coming into to play. That's when most organizations want to start trying to push towards the procurement. So when we do contract with entities, we do tell them that, look, you may think that this contract is actually a long contract. It's not. Most of you, if you remember, if you think back, not so long ago, it was January. We're now in July. The year moves so fast, colleagues. And more especially when you've got funds that don't belong to you and you must use them. It moves so fast. So even in your management of the grant agreement, take the grant, firstly, as a compliance tool, and secondly, as a measure to be able to stepstone yourself into the next grant. What I was talking about is here. The grant is an 18-month contract. There is an option to extend the grant. It was limited to a period of a month for extension, but now I've created just an overall discretionary term for extension. In the agreement also, there are sub-agreements that we enter into to try and facilitate the relationship between yourself and other partners that you may be entering into agreements with. For example, we have transmission agreements now, because that's one of the things I've seen, that there is growth in the transmission agreements. Most entities now are self-transmitting, so in order for us to be able to regulate that relationship between yourself and the entity that is going to be installing your transmission equipment, we have an agreement for that. We also have a broadcast equipment installation agreement that regulates the relationship between yourself and the service provider that is going to be installing your equipment. We have a limitation, or that's my observation, there is a limitation of the number of companies that are playing in that space. So because you're here and you know these companies, we've got our manager for broadcast here, encourage these companies to come through so that you are also able to open that space there. In other ways, I'm saying we're tired of contracting with the same people. We need more role players for them to be able to roll out the equipment quicker. Clause number 6 becomes the most critical clause in the agreement. It will tell you that you use the funds solely and exclusively for what it has been approved for. So if you've been approved 10 rands for laptops, it means 10 rands for laptops. Not 7 rands for a laptop and 3 rands for ice cream or petrol or whatever. We see those things. I mean, the recent one is where a project received 356,000 rands on the 1st. On the 3rd, that money was gone. And it's coming from a province we were last time, where we also even, to an point where we also got threats. And somebody sitting there saying, no, but you're not doing anything. But this person received 356,000 rands for the purpose of implementing a specific project. The funds come in, they can't account. So it's those challenges that we have. In as much as it's not everybody who misuses the funds, but they then taint the work that the other colleagues are trying to do. So the agreement is very, very specific. You get funds for ABC, you utilize the funds for ABC. If there is an option to have made a saving as a result of a discounted rate or a negotiation between yourself and a service provider, before you utilizing those savings, you write to the MDDA, ask for permission to utilize those savings for a service or an equipment that is approved or is in line with the project mandate. So you don't make savings and then you utilize the savings as you please. Because remember, there must be an audit process that we follow as an organization. Clause number 7. I think the colleagues from GCIS were very truthful in this session. I think one of them said, if you've got a government employee, submit an affidavit. And I hear different reasons all the time when we travel to different provinces. Because others will tell you, no, we can't have government employees on our registry. We can't do work with the GCIS. And I think in the Northwest I asked, where is that noted in the law? Or where is that in the regulation? Where is that in the policy? They said, no, it's not in policy, but we just can't. But the GCIS says, just submit an affidavit. The colleagues in Northwest said, no, there's no such a thing in the GCIS. They said there's no such a thing. But people always elevate this problem as if they, like, for me, the point is elevated in order to block certain people of the community from participating in boards. And we'll deal with that as we get to the ethicality of the structures if you're in your organization. But you're told, submit this document, and you choose no, then you create your own problem. You don't comply with ICASA regulations. You apply to the MDDA for transmission costs, but you do not have a regularly obtained ECNS license. Did I call it right? You don't have that license. You've decided to do a makeshift process there where you are running with your own transmitter. You don't have a proper license. You require us to fund you for that. You're not SARS compliant. You know, this is another challenge when we do after the applications come through, when they do the compliance checks, the first stage compliance checks, then they do the risk-based assessment. They then find that there is that challenge with your tax. There is a conversation currently going on that your SARS can change today, then tomorrow doesn't change. But we do give people an opportunity. We write to you. Your SARS has expired at the time of assessment. Please submit to us within 5 days a compliant status. Then they want to respond within 20 days. And then when you disqualify people for that specific reason, then it's an unfair disqualification. Those of you who are familiar with the comrades' principles, when they say 12 over this line, if you are 1201, you're on the bus. So the minute we start creating rules that would be different to be applied for different people, then it then compromises the integrity of the whole grant process. So when we say 5 days, the policy says if a project or applicant is missing one document or has a non-compliant tax status, is given 5 days to submit that. And 5 days, 5 days, colleagues. If you don't check your emails, you check it on the 5th day. Submitting a letter and an affidavit that says, no, I was at a funeral, I could not, because it's not the board's view that these organizations are one-man organizations. It's that you've got a group of people that are also able to check on the organization's communications in your absence. Clause number 8 speaks about the MDDA separate bank account. I mean, in the sector it's called as the MDDA account. So I'll not necessarily speak to that, but I just want to highlight the following. That funds of the MDDA go into that account and solely managed from and in that account. So you don't move money from your account, from the MDDA account into your own account, and then you start paying service providers. You pay from that account. The minute you move funds from that account, firstly, then it becomes a breach of contract. Secondly, for us to be able to account, we're going to start asking for the account or the bank statements of the other trading account, which is the account that you all know you don't want to give us, because that's where your millions are coming from. So, you know, those millions, you don't want us to know that you are doing so well. So that's the account you don't want to tell us. So that you don't overexpose yourself, just manage the MDDA funds from that MDDA separate account. And if there's any funds remaining, you apply clause number 10, request to utilize the funds. We've now added the clause that speaks to the following. If you have funds and your contract ends, you've got 7 days to return those funds. If you don't, we'll start charging interest against those funds. If you don't, we'll institute proceedings against your entity. And in the agreement, we've now added a declaratory provision that now binds board members against those funds. Because it's public funds, I can tell you, we currently have in the previous funding cycle around 7, if not 10, projects that were now taken for legal recoveries. Not only against the entities, but also against the board members. Because ultimately, if we don't introduce some sort of punitive measure towards the use of these funds, we'll never fix the sector. And for me, my issue has always been, we talk the receipt of money. We're not talking amongst ourselves of how, when we've received those funds, how do we use them, colleagues? So as colleagues in Cape Town, it's my plea that when there are those that have received funds in the province, and they are noted on our website, and you see them in our closeout, we're not reporting them as having closed their project. You must ask yourself, why? What did they do with those funds? When they're sitting with you in these platforms and they're engaging about, we need more money, you must remember that they need more money for themselves, not necessarily for the entity. So clause number 11 is around procurement. It's a 3-code system. Others go beyond 3 codes. I was actually telling my colleagues there that when you do a comparison, you compare between apples and apples. You can't compare an apple and an orange and a pear. So you compare between apples. Clause number 12 speaks about the need to have a detailed inventory, because there is a requirement for you to take up insurance on all the equipment that would have given to you. And in some instances, there is what we call emergency funding at the MDDA that speaks to emergencies. How do I best describe emergency? Not a self-created emergency. You don't fail to service your car, then when it breaks, you then say it's an emergency. You knew that the car was not being serviced. So an emergency is, now you're sitting here, when you get to your office, there was a shake of the earth and the building has now fallen on your equipment. On the building has fallen, everything. That's an emergency. That's a, yeah. Or you walk in tomorrow, equipment stolen. But the first question that our board will ask you is, did you have insurance? If not, you fail to mitigate your own risk. So the next part, except for speaking about the grant agreement, like I said, the grant agreement is more relevant once you've received our funds. I can take you through all the terms of the grant agreement, and you're still not able to go past the submission of your application. I'm sure my colleague Spockers has told you on how to submit the application, what details you need to put on the forms to be considered, for us to consider them in the first stage and the second stage until you get to the board for key consideration. So what principles can an MDDA beneficiary or applicant adopt to achieve an ethical lead and manage its entity? So there are a number of recommended principles that we usually take from the King 4 report. We take from court judgments, when majority we usually look at them from constitutional judgments, because there, if you look, the judgments are more on principle as opposed to form. So for your consideration today, we're recommending the following, which we've also recommended to other colleagues. Ethical and effective leadership. So before I get to this level, I'm more interested to ask the following question. We have got NPCs, NPOs, and PTY LTDs, right? And most small commercial media applicants are PTY LTDs. And our community media projects are NPOs or NPCs. So by a show of hands, those that are comfortable, can I please get an indication of those that represent or that have an entity registered as an NPO? I see 1, 2, 3. Those that are registered as NPCs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And those that are PTY LTDs, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the first point you ask yourself is, what type of entity have I registered? So if it's a PTY LTD, it's a private limited company registered with the Companies Act of South Africa. Then you ask yourself, okay, it's fine. If I'm using my own funds, it's mine. I don't owe an element of accountability. So my question then is to those that have registered PTY LTDs that are receiving public funds, how do you manage the ethical conundrum between the private and the public fund receipt? That's something that colleagues must ask themselves. You are receiving MDDA funds in a PTY LTD. I'm not saying there's anything wrong there. I'm just saying I'm interested in how you manage that. The second one, NPO, NPC, they're same thing, just regulated by different legislations. What we've seen over the years is there is a growing trend, and I think over the past 2 years, because we've no longer hearing this founder thing, right? I used to hear a term around the founder thing. We are the ones that founded the station. Meaning we own this, In the province of Mpumalanga, we asked, so you're saying you found this, but you are operating under an NPC firstly. Secondly, you operating under a license, a class license. And those of you who understand what class license means, it's a group license. So it's a community license. Thirdly, then receiving public funds. But you still want to call this thing yours. We've had station managers that appoint board members. Or rather, we had station managers that remove board members. Monday when we wake up, we're the board. On Wednesday we fight because we're now asking for access to bank accounts. We want to see because we're a board, isn't it? Unless, colleagues, the boards of your stations are community elected, unless if I have it mistaken. Or you choose, you're like, okay, I like Dineo, John, and whatever, I'm just going to approach them to come and form part of my board. If that's the case, then the process, then it's wrong. And I don't even think ICASA would have accepted it. If the boards are community elected, which means the community has entrusted these people, these representatives, with the responsibility to play oversight and manage the station. And what the board then does is that if at all this is a new station, they will then establish an executive or a management committee that will then run the operations of the station. If at all it's an existing entities that when the old board leaves, a new board comes in, it would have taken handover from the old board. If there was no handover, then it does its own due diligence to understand the operations of the station, and then it holds the station manager and its management to account. We have seen challenges of that nature at the MDDA. And we continuously go around telling board members to approach us as the MDDA in instances where there is that challenge of refusal to account, more especially when our assets are involved. Because clause number 12 in the granting aid agreement says we've got a contingent right of ownership to the equipment that we give you. When your station closes, we want to know what have you done with the equipment that we've given to you. We've tried to establish an almost similar process to what what government has established with the RDB process. So I just wanted to face that before raising the following. You've got one principle, ethical and effective leadership. It says board members and the management must act with integrity, competence, responsibility, and transparency. Set the tone for editorial independence, ethical conduct, and public accountability. The other challenge we also face is PTY LTDs don't have board members. But they forget that the Act, the Companies Act recognizes a board, even in PTY LTDs. So you may be a one-man entity as per the directorship of a PTY LTD, but the Companies Act recognizes you alone as a board because you are required. When you submit a resolution, they say a resolution by the board. You will sign the resolution alone, but it recognizes you as such. So we also encourage that even PTY LTDs establish some sort of an advisory board. Because the difficulty with not having other people to think beyond your normal operational challenges is you're always fixated to the challenge. Whereas the challenges that you currently are facing today here or in your organization could probably be best handled or advised to by other people. The challenge is with PTY LTDs is if the worry is if I introduce more people into my organization, then I'm going to lose the entity. But you can have an advisory board. Their function will just be basically or solely to advise. At the MDDA manual, we call them technical boards. They serve a technical assistance from a fund-raising perspective, from a compliance perspective, from a marketing perspective, and from just a regulatory perspective. I usually say during grantee workshops to ask colleagues that those that have applied for international funding or for donor funding, if you look at the forms, the only focus that international funders are interested in is your governance structure. The reason why some of entities don't receive funding is because you're applying for funding but you're one man. And they're looking at you like, okay, yeah, we're going to give this man 2 million. And in this application is asking for these key, to them, minute challenges. The minute this money comes in, it's gone. But when they see a number of layers of oversight, that gives them confidence. We also consider that. That's why you see in our application will ask you, is there a volunteer related to the manager, to anybody in management? Is there anybody in management related to anybody in the board? Is the board related to anybody? Does anybody in the applicant know anybody at the MDDA? Because we're trying to assess oversight. Is there someone who's going to be able to play oversight over you? I usually give this typical example to say, if you're a PTY LTD and you've got the bank card of the MDDA, separate MDDA bank account, and you're out at dinner with your family, and when you check your app, in your own personal account, you don't have money. You've got 53 rands. And they've just had a nice meal here. What do? Yeah, it's either you use the MDDA account to swipe, or you transfer money in that and you claim it's distribution at night. We're distributing at night at spare. Because you don't have any level of accountability. Somebody asks you, and another colleague raises their hand, no, but we've got accountants that play oversight over us. And I said, let me give you an example. Who pays the accountant? It's yourself. So you know every person, guys, the entity that pays me is the MDDA. So I owe allegiance to them. Even your accountant will say, no, it's fine, we'll find a way of how to deal with this distribution at spare at night. They will do that. That's the risks that we have. That's why we see Tiger Wheel and Tire on your bank statements. That's how we see, because it means this person was driving somewhere, they had an emergency, they do not have money in their account, they decided, I'd rather tell the MDDA whatever, I'm just going to use these funds. So that level of accountability is needed. That's why you see we're asking that you have ethical boards that operate on integrity, competence, responsibility, and transparency. Organizational ethics. In your applications, the documents you submit, we check if whether or not there's a bound here of whether or not is an ethical organization. And remember, your application is not only looked at from whether you've submitted a tax clearance, CVs and all that. We look at whether or not can we marry organizations' objectives and values to that of the MDDA's objectives that are set out in Section 3 of the MDDA Act. And when we can't see that marriage, becomes a challenge. Typically, PTY LTDs, you've got somebody who's applying for MDDA funding, but their company is registered Lights Construction PTY LTD. Okay, this is a construction company applying for MDDA funds. Then you go deeper into their organization. They say they do everything. Then you ask yourself whether or not there is an element of compatibility between an objective, from an objective point of view. That's why then you receive the 365,000 rands. You've got a house that is incomplete somewhere in Pal there. Then you go take the funds to go complete a house in Pal, hoping that tomorrow you'll return the funds to be able to oversight, colleagues. Organizational ethics. Ethics should be embedded in editorial policies, board conduct, and community engagement. Another one, strategy, performance, and reporting. If goals are aligned to public interest, annual or regular performance monitoring and transparent reporting to stakeholders, including MDDA and communities, is essential. We were once called by a community in KZN to come and intervene in an instance where one station manager had gone rogue with the funds of the station, bought himself a car, was starting to receive advert funds from pocket. Like things are, and this is the same station I'm talking about where when we met there, we met up with 3 boards. All of them were calling themselves were board members. And when you ask them about the process of their appointment, all of them were appointed. He would go into your house, hey, tomorrow you're a board member. Tomorrow we have got a board meeting. Then they meet. But because those people are not aligned, they don't know the basis of the station. They don't know the vision of the organization. They have not read any document. Then they clash. Because probably when I'm approaching you, I'm telling you, you are a board member, you're going to be paid. Because I'm thinking I'm going to continue doing what I was doing, then I'll be able to give you money on the side. To find that there's one board member there who's not even interested, but is more interested in serving the community. Governance structures and delegation. Roles of chairperson, the editor or the publisher, the CEO or the station manager, and board members must be clearly defined and separated. This is also one challenge that we also find, colleagues. We see it in your documents. There's no aligned structure. Board members, when they are tired or now schools have closed, they are bored at home. They're like, I'm just going to go into the station. When they get there, they're like, hey, Wesley, give me documents. I want to read. There's no exact structure. There's no operative structure. Yes, the board is entitled to documents, but through a process. The board will tell you, we're having a board meeting on this particular day. We're asking for the following. Confirm to us how many bank statements, bank accounts does this organization have. It has bank account A405. Okay, it's fine. Give us bank statements of those accounts for the past 6 months. How many employees do we have? Can we look at their contracts? That's oversight. They want to play oversight. They can't say, no, we want to come and pay salaries tomorrow. But that only operates when there is a clear segregation of roles. Remuneration governance. Remuneration must be fair, transparent, and aligned with financial capacity, whilst volunteer contributions should be recognized and managed ethically. In some organizations, we know some volunteers are paid, others are not. And those that are paid is because they are aligned to somebody. In some organizations, when we give you stipend funds, we know that the money goes to Margaret. Margaret, you coming to me? Oh yes. Margaret is about to tell me that my time is up. I told you, I tried, Margaret, to stay behind the podium. Yeah, this podium is not helping. The stipend goes to Margaret, the station manager. No. It goes to Chimma, the volunteer, 3,000 for example. Then Chimma has to pay back Margaret 2,000 on the other side. Those can only work for the first month, you know. The second month, Chimma does not want to return the money. Then there's a fight. Then we know. Or somebody, you know, we once received a whistleblower of somebody who was actually benefiting heavy. Just aggrieved by the fact that one day, when the money was being shared, he did not get it. But this person was benefiting the whole time. So I'm told I've got 15 minutes. Let me try to run through this. The other risks, the principles that you can apply is a risk governance approach. Look at your risks. Majority of the lack of oversight is because you're always operational and you're never risk-based or opportunity-based in your approaches. Benefits of good governance. There are several benefits linked to good governance within institutions. Some of the benefits of sound governance include, amongst others, a well-governed grantee with excellent service delivery, enhanced public trust, a cleaner audit, well-consulted strategic plans, programs, projects directed at the needs of people, limited leakage in financial resources, that is, reduced fruitless and wasteful expenditure, fraud, corruption, embezzlement of funds, high level of compliance resulting in limited irregular expenditure and unauthorized expenditure, limited conflict, litigation, delays in implementation of service delivery products, limited operational surprises due to improved risk management. What governance areas do we recommend that you pay great attention to that could help you? Strategic alignment. Colleagues, some of your documents don't read well. Financial accountability, editorial independence, stakeholder engagement, compliance, capacity building, transparency, and risk management. These are some of the items that, if you pay attention to these, there is, with that limited 15 minutes I have, as Margaret says, there are some entities when you look at their applications, you're like, if it was not on this, because they usually write on their documents, this document is not to be duplicated or shared. You're like, oh, if only we could duplicate this for everybody in the sector. There's some documents you read, you're like, if only. And when most of you have contacted with me, you see we force that we meet up with board members. Even in the board meetings, when they introduce themselves, you can hear, I am the chairperson, I'm the deputy chairperson, but I'm also chairperson of HR. I am the treasurer, and I'm also responsible for the finance committee. I am the secretary. Secretaries usually don't have anything. I'm an additional member, but I'm also responsible for programming and editorial, what. It's to show that the board, all of them, are invested in the project, in the station or the entity. When you find board members with additional members that are just additional members, then it tells you the additional members are just there to agree to the decisions of the others. Which means they're not playing any other role. It's like you're always on the bench. I think even those on the bench, sometimes 90 minutes they bring them in. But you're always there because you have to complete the 11-man sheet. So typical failures observed over the period that affect the sustainability of individual projects. Grantees, first thing, we spoke about the grant agreement. Grantees must treat these agreements as binding contracts, not merely as funding letters. Failure to ensure compliance can result in funding suspension, reputational damage, or legal consequences. Like I've said, we're currently recovering against others. Others have been blacklisted. The period has now been extended to 5 years. So if you are blacklisted in this year, you wait another 5 years for you to apply for MDDA funding. Whilst in that period you would have, and those that were currently going through legal process with it, after we're done with the legal process, we then take you to the board and say, we're now done recovering. Can we now implement the 5 years? I see a flashlight there. Is taking a picture of me. Oh, sorry. So these are some of the things that we see. Weak internal controls and governance. Inadequate monitoring and evaluation systems. And you don't really need a system here. You just need people to play oversight and assist you. You can't worry about distribution, printing, and also think about the strategy of the organization. You can't. Because strategies are things that need to be workshopped all the time. Not only with yourself, but with other people as well. You can't be worried about salaries and be thinking about where to get money. Those are two different things. Somebody once said to me, you know, before I bought a car, I never used to think in the taxi. You know, in the taxi I used to think about, it's Joburg. In the taxi I used to always think about, are we going to arrive where we're going? Because hey, these drivers drive like crazy. But ever since I got my, he just got like a Picanto. Ever since I got my little car, he used to call it little car, I can even think, you know, I can think about what can I do on how to get money to be able to fill there, you know, for me able to get a bigger one. So you can never think about the problem and the solution at the same time. You must be able to embrace the problem, it's there. But be able to also take yourself out of it and say, but there's the problem. How do I conjure up a solution here? So we know, colleagues, because we meet up with you, printing costs are a challenge. In the broadcast space, transmission costs are a challenge. And some of you know when you have to pay Centec, it's a problem. You've got stress. But how do you then think about, okay, I still have to prepare for a meeting with that stakeholder who can actually inject funds into the station, who can actually inject funds into the publication. So create those roles. Open up opportunities in that space for people to come and help you. Non-compliance with the reporting requirements. I think I'll take back from the colleagues from GCIS on, in as much as you have it, but it's difficult for you to report. And that in itself creates a challenge for you. The lack of clear service level agreements. That's why we've then decided for some of the key items that you acquire with us, we'll create the agreements for you. And we will come and explain those so that you are able to see where you need to manage, what you need to do, what requirements are there or obligations are owed by the service provider and yourself. Poor records keeping and documentation. It does not matter whether you're going to show us that you have bought the generator. If the documentation for the procurement, for the purchase and the ultimate invoices are not there, we can't believe it. People can't keep invoices from last month. They bought broadcast equipment, 1.7 million, but there's no invoice. Or the invoice comes, the details are a bit shady. So, records is also another thing that can actually help. Fragmented responsibilities. I spoke about it. Ensure that your board understands its role, management understands its role, and your general staff understands their role. If everybody understands what they need to do, the vehicle is easy to do. Without having moved from the media. I think I did very well this time. Thank you very much, colleagues. I'll take questions. I see Aya is not here.
Because I want you
or I must responsibilities.
Mr. Ndani, en de mensen dat skills and knowledge as an for this substance abuse and
good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nsigelelo Chonga. I'm running a Jonga Radio in collaboration with the Tizindaba Media. I've noticed that the fact that PTY Ltd entities don't have board members, and because of that, it becomes very difficult for them to receive a funding. Am I right? Then, so your suggestion is that PTY Ltd entities should consider having board members I hear you. But my concern is that in most cases with the board member system, that's where much crisis rised up from. And this crisis has badly caused breakups, crash in some hard-built community radios. Now my question, how possible it is that for PTY Ltd entities, instead of board members system, that PTY Ltd rather employs people that it will need them to serve as board members. Reason why I'm saying this, because in most cases, one individual comes up with an idea. Either it's a community radio or a community print. Then there comes the board member system, drives and controls this idea into other direction. And at the end, that idea crashes, then the purpose has not been served. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks. Let me check if whether I understood your question. To summarize your question, you're saying, I said PTY Ltds, by them not having board of directors, I want to use the term, has them not receiving funding. That's the first point. Second point is, by having boards, it has over time created crisis. I'll address that. The first point, no, that's not what I was not saying. That's not what I was saying, that by virtue of them not having boards, they will not receive funding. I was saying, other funding organizations look at your governance structures to see if whether or not to motivate them to fund you. That's the first point. So in some instances you may receive funding, but in some instances people look at, okay, it's fine, there are multiple or layers of accountability that informs them in funding. The issue about the crisis that is created by board members, it's the following. It's firstly, board members come in and they're not finding any governing documents to assist them in how to behave in the organization. So firstly, maybe let me ask this question. To those that are running PTY Ltds and NPCs, how many are still operating on the MOI that comes from CIPC? Or how many have amended their MOIs? One. Some of you are running PTY NPCs with constitutions. Which one trumps the other? Because the Companies Act recognizes an MOI, right? A Memorandum of Incorporation. The Companies Act does not recognize what is called a constitution. Right? The constitution is recognized by the NPO Act. Right? But there are others that are running NPCs with constitutions. So you find a board member that comes in, but there's no process around election of board members, schedules of meetings, how the meetings are conducted, when the term ends, how the board can obtain information from management, what should they do with that information, whether the information is confidential, whether or not they can abuse that information for their personal gain. So you find someone who comes in and it's a free flow. They do as they please. That's where the crisis comes in. All organizations where there is more than one person, there would be a crisis. But when there is structure in every organization, it's easier. I can be an unruly employee at the MDDA, but when there's policy, they will be able to deal with me. They will be able to say, no, you've contravened this policy, this legislation, this, gone. But if there is no policy, there's no structure, then I'll be able to do as I please. So that's where the crisis comes in. But the other issue is this, is we never workshop our strategies or the vision with people that we bring into our organizations. I think Letabo spoke earlier to say, yes, you're saying this must happen, but what have you done in your space? So if I want to go from a member of the AIP board, I must first understand its founding vision, mission, understand its values, and before I get into that point, I must have been seen to have been palatable with that kind of culture. But if I'm always speaking, print is dead, there's no need to read, readers are illiterate, I don't know how that will work, but if that's my messaging, do you want me in your board? Because I'll be speaking against the values of your entity. So when you workshop these, then you find or you attract people that understand where the organization wants to go and what the visions are. So that's how I can respond without dealing with a specific issue. I'm not sure if I've answered though. All right, thanks.
Thank you. I like your anecdotal approach to compliance and to regulations. The question I have is, you raise the issue of PTOIs and MOIs and so forth. So we are an NPC and we've adopted an MOI. We also applied to SARS for a Section 18A, to issue Section 18A receipts to people who donate. Now, does that hold any merit with the MDDA? It was quite an exhaustive process, and SARS doesn't easily grant you that permission. So now that we've obtained it, and we can lawfully and ethically procure donations from our audience, does that mean anything to the MDDA? Does it stand us in good stead in any way?
Personally, I wish I could say yes. Because I know how that process, how tedious and how long that process is. In fact, it's usually challenging for SARS to accept community radio stations as some of the entities that fall within that realm. But not, because the MDDA is in part, it's a grant funding organization. So to us, it's funds that we're going to give out anyway. So your Section 18A eligibility does not necessarily impact your application in any way. But that could work for funders not like us. Those that want to do CSI, that could appeal to them. But for us, we receive funds and we have to disperse them in any event. So your status with that who does not have it, it's the same to us. But colleagues, I would advise you to also venture into that Section 18A space, so that those that with CSI funds are able to still find you attractive.
Thank you very much, Lunga Goza from Bush Radio, from the board. I just want to check, I thought you will touch on this. MDDA has decided to pay, if they do give you grant, they decide whether to pay a stakeholder like Centec, for example. What informs that? Do you maybe don't trust the applicant? And how can we monitor that at the same time? Thanks.
All right. So it's not out of lack of trust. I think it's, firstly, it was a basis of efficiency. So we have a standing agreement with Centec. And we found it very easy for us to be able to just transfer funds from our account to Centec, as opposed to creating an administrative burden to sending you the funds and then you sending them back to Centec. So that's the first, and that actually decision came during the time of Ms. Leonard's term on the board, where that efficiency was then created. To say, if we send in 200,000, to this person that we already have their banking details. We could just pay the money on your behalf and just tell them that we have paid these funds for this entity. It's not out of mistrust or anything. But the other issue is the board then took a decision to say they're no longer going to be funding debt. They can only fund transmission fees going forward. So the assurance there for us is when we say to Centec, no, we'll say to Centec, we're not paying their debt. We're paying continuing transmission. So it's easier for us to be able to regulate that to marry the decision to pay directly to Centec against the decision to no longer pay debt. I think there was a hand here. Yeah. That we've paid the fund. Yeah, I think let me.
So to add to what David said, when we pay Centec, you'll find there's 15 stations approved for Centec fees. So we do bulk payment. All those that are approved for Centec fees, we pay them off at once. And after payment, we then send proof of payment to the stations that approve that we've paid so much towards your monthly transmission fees, and here's proof of payment.
David, just two things quickly. You spoke about emergency funding. Is there a clear definition for what emergency is? Because you gave us an example of it, but I just want to understand if there's a clear definition and if there's a process for that. Yeah. Okay. And then the second question is, you spoke on clause 11 that dealt with procurement. Yeah. Our station was a recipient of funds from the MDDA, and we had a great time walking that journey with the team. There was probably just one thing that we found a little bit challenging. You with me, Dave?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
I just want to not forget the first question.
Yeah. Okay. The thing that we were hoping maybe could be reviewed, I don't know if it will add value to others, but we have a long-standing relationship with a service provider that looks after our studios, right? And what we found challenging was that that person was kind of excluded from doing the work for our studio build. So it was just a bit challenging because they would understand our needs a little bit more than going for a three-quote system to people that we don't know. So the result is we got a great studio, everything is working beautifully, but the functionality for us has cost us a little bit of additional money that we needed to pay to make the studio more effective for our needs. So I just want to know if there's a view to maybe amend that, since you raised clause 11 procurement, if there's a view to amend that, whereby if you have such a long-standing relationship with a credible supplier, if that person and their company can be viewed or considered to do the work in that process. I hope that makes sense, Dave.
Sure. Okay, so I'm going to answer it in this fashion. Let me be a lawyer about it. So firstly, the MDDA is legislation bound. So if you check on the MDDA section 3(1)(b), says the MDDA is bound to ensure disbursement of funds is done in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. That's the first basis. So which means when you go to the Public Finance Management Act, you go to this preamble, it says this act is enacted in compliance with section 217 of the Constitution. Ensure that any procurement is fair, transparent, open, and whatever. That's why you see clause 11 has a mirror of that as well. So the reason why we don't necessarily, or not necessarily, we don't consider long-standing relationships is here, there's probably 20 radio stations. And you probably have a long-standing relationship with one service provider. Or two, at most. Then you see, if we start opening ourselves to that, we're no longer ensuring a transparent, open, competitive procurement process. Then it means Every time we approve projects in Cape Town, all of those projects are being installed by this service provider because everybody has got a long-standing relationship with. But yet, whereas the MDDA as a government entity has to ensure that the rent is stretched to multiple people, even those that want to come into the space and now start operating. Even a new company that has got somebody who has broken away from the long-standing company that you have, but who has the skill and know-how and qualifications, now has found enough capital to establish his own company, must be given a chance, because you've got a standard relationship with company A, but this guy has got the know-how and qualities and all those things, but wants to come into the space but will not be able to, but can actually give you a competitive and reduced price. So that's the first point. The second point is, in that we are, no, I think, let me not overlabor it. I think I've answered it. The question around emergency is the MDDA in its regulation, no, not emergency, not that one. The MDDA in its regulations had section 8. It says emergency funding. It will tell you how to submit an application for emergency. So that one, you don't have to wait for the call to be announced. You then consider that if you comply. But but it has to go to the board. Yeah. So all funding in terms of section 15 of the Act gets approved by the board. So we facilitate the process, take it up, they apply discretion and then fund it. But I always say, on top of looking at the compliance definition in terms of the regulations, look at section 16A of the PFMA. Remember, we have to comply there. It sets out the pure definition of what emergencies could be considered as. And then if you comply or if you meet that test in the PFMA, I doubt you'll not be able to meet the test in the regulations. Thank you very much. I think there's a last one here, if I can.
All right, thank you very much. I've just got two questions.
Sorry, we have to leave it there. And I understand that there's a lot of questions that we have for the Legal and Risk Unit, but we do have a presenter that's online that has to be elsewhere, and we want to give him a chance. David, we'll come back to you, and then we'll take some more questions, because I can see that even online, there are more questions for you, right?
Right.
So please
excuse me, colleagues.
And then we'll make sure that we can respond to those questions. We're going to hand over to, I don't know what's happening with this echo. Technical crew, can you please assist? Kupano, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We're just trying to sort out our audio quickly.
Okay, no problem.
So that we can have you connected to our speakers. No. Are we waiting still, or are we sorted? Should I ask him to say something? Kupano, please say something.
Yeah, Kopano here.
That's perfect. We can now hear you, and thank you for joining us. Colleagues, I'm going to hand over to Centec, and they're going to take us through their presentation around signal distribution and community media. Kopano, please introduce yourself, and then we'll hand over to you for the rest of your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director and colleagues in Cape Town. Fortunately, couldn't be there in person. Yeah, my name is Kopano Tafe, and I'm the Chief Commercial Officer of the Media Business Unit within Centec. So I'll take you through, and understand that I'm speaking with people that would like to make applications or they are in line for the grant call by the MDDA. So we'll just take you through who Centec is and what do we do, what services we offer. Please do interrupt if you can't hear me or maybe the slides are not moving, just to make sure that everybody can follow. Yeah, so this is just the index. I'll take you through this as we engage. Just by means of background, and who Centec is. Centec is we are a state-owned entity who's been championing the signal broadcasting services for South African and even in other countries as well, for the African market and South Africa predominantly, and providing transmission services. On our books, we have more than like 120 community broadcasters in line with that. And just for those that were not part of either the funding schemes previously, so you know, our objective is to make sure that, you know, the government commitment in building a strong community sector, and where we can assist to ensure the country maximizes impact and benefit for communities. In previous years, in 2016, there used to be a support scheme that was provided by the then DOC, that then you know, stopped in 2016, and obviously the intent for community broadcasters to become more sustainable and be able to operate within the means and what they can generate. And to that, what we've seen is that, you know, the lack of funding there or from other sources has created that sustainability issue for community broadcasters to be able to continue with you know, meeting their obligations and the resources they have on the ground. So by sort of legislation framework, Centec obviously is enacted by the 1996 Centec Act, number 63 of 1996, which created Centec to be a separate entity. As you know, we were born from the SABC as a technical division thereof. We're then, you know, positioned to be independent so that we can provide services to the three-tier organizations as proclaimed in the ECA Act, the public, community, and commercial. And we do have both licenses, both of ECNS and ECS, to be able to provide those services in accordance to the ECA Act. So Centec services that we need to provide, we ensure that they are appropriate and equitable, reasonable, and non-preferential for all that come to us to request for services. And the one thing as well is that we provide services to people who have a valid ICASA license, who are licensed with a valid license to operate in the sector that they operate in. Centec's business overview, just at a high level, we provide the largest satellite teleport within the Southern Africa and maybe Africa. We have 7 transponders in our offices in Honeydew. Those that have been that type of area will see is similar to that picture that you see at the top there, where we provide not only communication services on broadcast, but also on broadband, as well as satellite teleport with 7 transponders of capacity. So just by an explanation, satellite teleport is that what offers you direct to home TV services similar to your multi-choice and open view, those that have that. So those are some of the services that we provide. From a transmitter side perspective, we have over 300 transmitter sites across the country nationally. Positions in environment where there is population to be served, especially from a transmission perspective. We have data center in Nasrec, and we're growing our data center portfolio for other regions that might require that service, as well as a national call center. The business model, just in an overview level, we do have, you know, the video and audio content where we provide DTH services platform, DTT, OTT, radio, both on FM and medium wave. We have discontinued shortwave. As you know, it's an older technology. And another business unit we have is managed infrastructure services, broadband services, satellite operator, as well as data center services. The map here just shows you our national geographic reach based on the topology. So the green sites would be some of the broadcast sites that we have, as well as the operation center sites, where we have about 16 operation centers, which are geographically positioned to be closer to where our customers operate. This is to minimize our response times to issues. If there's an issue at a site, the operation center has the capability and capacity of engineers that are locally based to be able to go to that specific site and restore services. So this is how we are positioned as Centec. So just by means of how we operate in terms of our operating model, for those grantees that will then want to use Centec as their preferred signal distributor and obviously licensed in that way by ICASA, we provide 4 streams to our tariff. The first stream is the setup cost, which is once off funded, and that setup cost would include equipment cost, both from your active and passive equipment, mainly about your transmitters, all your processor, RTS combiners, or linking equipment based on your requirements. Because normally what would happen is you would then indicate or how you apply to ICASA, you want to service a particular area and the geographic area, the expansion of that, how big that area must be, what your coverage requirements, as well as the frequency that they would award you. Then we use that to plan your network. In that case, we'll tell you this network for you to reach this much coverage, you need so much transmitter power, which will be your ERP transmitter, and this is the frequency that can allow you to propagate signal in that environment without causing interference with your neighboring or other frequencies that are within the same area or region, and so forth. So that will then outline your network from a requirements perspective. These are the transmitter you need, where should it be positioned in terms of the sites, as well as then the audio quality and RTS based on your requirement. We'll then package that as well as the installation costs, because obviously we need to deploy those. And if there is an existing service, you might need a combiner so that the dual frequency can propagate on the antenna, as well as then the installation of transmitter and the linking services, mainly because where you operate from your studio, the transmitter might not be in the same vicinity. So if a transmitter is sitting somewhere else, we need to then get your content from the studio to the transmitter, so that it is providing linking services to that. So that is how your setup cost will give you a proposal of that and say, this is how much for us to deploy your network. And then we would want you then to look for funding for the capital investment of that. So most people would have had either MTDA grants would allow you to cater for that, or you would have people that would have donated, or how you have raised your initial investment that will then cover your setup cost. What we do offer then in the downstream from a support to make sure that your service is sustained, there will be a support and maintenance cost. We have 3 options for that. We have a monthly tariff that will include the support of the equipment support and maintenance. This has both your preventative and proactive maintenance that we do to make sure that your service is highly available. And then we include also spare parts. Spare parts for this option means that once you have, obviously by some of the things is force of nature, or it might be out of your control, your transmitter gets hit by lightning or something happens, vandalism and so forth. If we have spare parts with us, then we're able then to provide a spare transmitter so you to continue to operate while we fix that transmitter for you. And those are the services that we offer within option 1. Option 2 just shows, depending on how you want to run your operations, some customers would prefer that they have capacity within their area that they can upskill certain people to provide technical expertise. So you are creating that capacity within the community, which we then will leave that to you to provide first level of support. Then the option 2 will cater for that you do first level troubleshooting, and if things don't come all right, you then can escalate to Centec via the call center for second level and third level support. So that's what option 2 will cater for. Option 3 is totally somebody who's independent, who has the right capacity, they know what they can do, and they have skill, their resources to be able to take care of that their operations, and they just need advisory support, or when everything else fails, then you want to call on Centec. So we offer option 3 for that, where this is mainly built on time and material. So whenever you have a problem, you'll call us, and then we'll have to evaluate what the problem is and then quote you on that you then have to pay for us to come and assist you. So those are the 3 options, giving the community broadcaster or the operator flexibility to choose whichever option suits both their financial obligations as well as the skills and capabilities they would have. Outside of these 2, we have what we call third-party costs. Third-party costs would be costs that services that are not within Centec, things like your linking services. Normally, for linking, we would have to then go to third-party providers like your fiber companies, OpenServe linking, these Liquid Telecoms, and the mobile operators. They can provide you linking services where you're going to take your content from the studio to the transmitter side. Others would be sites where we don't have sites within the area that you want to operate in. We then have to look at masts that are available in the area. It could be a Vodacom mast, a Telcom mast, or whatever. That is a third-party services. So we'll then assist you in negotiating with the owner of the site for occupancy. Then there'll be that a leasing agreement with the owner of the site, because it's not Centec. If it's our site, then it's part of included in the tariff. But if it's not, then it's a matter of the community broadcaster engaging with the site owner for leasing and occupancy in that. Then the last option is obviously the spare parts. You can choose whether we can procure your spares and hold it for yourself. What we've realized is that this provides the community broadcasters with an option of a risk-free, that you know that your spare is safe wherever it is. So you don't have to then procure it yourself and keep it in your residence, and then if it goes missing, obviously now that has already impacted your service availability, because it means then you'll have to procure it. So if we keep it in our spare pool, we have a quota that we keep for the number of customers, so there is then a portion for that. But we can also procure, and then you can rent it out in case of failure. That will be option 2. Option 3 is that the community broadcasters take full responsibility of the spare part, so we're not engaged in that. So you'd procure it yourself and you'd store it wherever you can get it sitting there safely. And this is to make sure that your uptime is highly available. So just in terms of sharing, because obviously we provide these services for all the 3 tiers. I mean, we provide for all the commercial radio stations. Services are provided by Centec. We provide for the public broadcaster as well. So communities, there are those that self-provide, and then there's those that are on our network. But what we tend to do is to share information about what the other broadcasters are doing in terms of technology evolution. You do get some information because we play in the global market. Some of our research and development environment look at what are the latest changes, what are the latest trends, and we always try and bring that to our customers to try and get them with the times and operate at a level that other broadcasters globally are doing. If you look at the traditional broadcasting value chain, it will sit with content production in your studio, then there's signal distribution via FM, medium wave, or any other medium, and then there's listening device. What we've seen is that now with the new, taking advantage of the technological advancements that are there, the broadcasting value chain has sort of adapted and has changed, and this allows content producers to then be able to create new revenue streams, right? So you can still create the same content production from your studios, and you can feed it directly to your live. But what happens is that you can also have content manipulation, where you take the same content, package it for other mediums, especially like how people do podcasting or IP streaming, or even archiving and library for specific events, if it's a live event or a once-off. So the distribution that gives it gives you an avenue that you can then either put it on traditional medium or you put it on IP enabled medium, where other of your audiences can receive it in other environments. That what people tend to do, then they tend to monetize that. You can monetize it on different ways. You can do a pre-roll, you can do an ad insertion, or you can do a post-roll because the content is on demand. You can do an in-stream ad and so forth. So those gives you opportunities to monetize that content differently from your traditional premium priority line of broadcasting. And then when you look at for devices, obviously FM and medium wave devices are already in the market. Then you can then upgrade in terms of have also listening on your website, or create your own application, or even be part of what we have launched as Free Vision Play, which is an open access OTT platform where we also accommodate community broadcasters on that who don't have the capital to start their own. They can be part of a community where you can enable your stream to be then discoverable in our Free Vision application. This is just a high level. I've spoken to this. How can Centec assist? If you look for other services other than our traditional signal distribution, there is podcasting, online streaming, monetization, or application development. And we can also try and engage and provide consultancy in how you can then view different revenue streams. We are working together with the MDDA and GCIS, obviously, to enable some of the things that community broadcasters can then take advantage of in terms of either new technology. Like I was saying, our close collaboration is the digital transformation project, where we are enabling community broadcasters to participate in the OTT environment. So these are some of the services that we can do. What also tends to happen is that with the application requirements, as you know, ICASA previously has an ITA out. We do get a lot of customers who come and they want assistance with their spec or technical requirements. We do offer that, where we can give you your coverage planning as well as your technical specification. We offer those services at about 4,000, and then you can then engage with us. It takes about 1 week for us to provide that. And then those that will be interested in the services can contact Joseph Zondo on josephc@centec.co.za. But yeah, I think that just sharing with you just the normal challenges. We do have community broadcasters that are not paying for our services, and they are challenged from sustainability. There's also not adhering to the regulations and compliance thereof, which also negatively affect that. So I would really want the guarantees or prospective client to make sure that they become as compliant as possible and meet their commitment of what they signed for. There is quite vandalism of some of the technical equipment. We have seen that some of the equipment is rife for people to steal and sell, so that impacts your service availability. And once you are off air, then you know that you don't comply to your quota and so forth. It creates quite a number of problems. Where there is technical skills, shortage, and capacity, that's where Centec is available to assist. And obviously, we are able to share some knowledge and technology advancements with the clients that are on our network. Yeah, and that will be my last slide. Thank you very much. I hope I was audible, and yeah, I'm available to take some questions if there is. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you, Kopano. You were certainly audible, so thank you for that presentation. We're just going to open up the floor for any questions. Colleagues, do you have any questions for Centec?
Thank you. Brenda Linnett from Bush Radio. I have two questions quickly. In the services offered, there was a slide that shows enhanced services that included content manipulation, and I would like to get some clarity on what that means. Firstly, and then secondly, the added services that Centec outlined. To be honest, we're a client of Centec since 1995. I haven't heard of podcast services and so on, so I would like to have a little bit more information about that. Thanks.
Kupano, did you get that?
Yeah, I got that. Should I respond or are you taking someone else?
Let me just see if there's another hand. Okay, not as yet, so you can respond to those, please.
Okay, no problem. Thanks very much, Brenda, and I know that you've been one of our clients. Yeah, just mainly on the content manipulations talk about pre-packaging. It's nothing to do with changing the in-stream. It's about packaging. So you can take your content, and then mainly we do it for people who wants to access on-demand services. So we're able then to take your content that you've created, package it in a way that it can be downloadable at a later stage. So those that are, and which leads to your next question on OTT platform. So we have launched a platform called Free Revision Play, and all of you are welcome to go online and download the application. And you'd see that within that, we have different variety of content providers on there. And it does cater for both TV and radio and audio services. So what happens is once we play your in-stream live, right, and there'll be programs that happen. So once a program schedule has been completed, that is then being created and packaged and what we call manipulation for offline or later consumption. So you'll see that at the bottom of some of the shows, you'll see where you can then catch up. Normally it's called catch up if you look at from a TV perspective. And that also provides you those services that you can then reutilize the same content that you've created in your online, in your traditional broadcast medium for later consumption or for packaging. Where it is of interest, there might be programs that are paid for by there is some adverts or some companies that want to push a certain campaign, they'll pay for that, and they want to then distribute that also through different mediums like your social media and so forth for each market. So that's what we're able to do in that regard. But you're welcome to engage with us anytime. Your account manager, if you can't get hold of them, get hold of me directly, and then we can explore that further with yourself, Brenda.
Thank you for that. We have another hand online. Bronald Strauss, I hope I said that right. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, thank you. The gentleman from Centec, we just want to know, we've been a client of Centec since our existence for the past 23 years. So how, and obviously we do rent the transmitter from Centec for the time as mentioned. I just want to know, how long do you rent an equipment before it maybe belong to you, or whether you maybe then hand it over so that maybe the broadcaster then is only liable maybe for the maintenance and also maybe for insurance? Or isn't there a time frame to rent it for a period of time? That is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kupano?
All right. Yeah, I can take that. So the previous model that we were operating in, it was not a rent to own. It was a purely I would say, transmitter as a service provider. So it was a full rental. And the reason why it's a continuation like that is because we also cater for refresh, right? If there's an issue with your transmitter, like I've said, it breaks or it gets stolen or it needs a replacement. What Centec does is they replace that at no cost to the consumer or to the client. And that's what it allowed us then to, because the transmitter was a Centec owned property. But what we are doing now going forward is enabling then some of the guys to say, if you want to go into your rent to own, it is possible we can do that. But just know that once Then we transfer the transmitter to you. Then the liability gets sits over with the community broadcaster. And hence you've seen now the model that we have changed to operate in requires us to cater for the investment that normally Centec would have made in the beginning, and apportion it and taking the risk of this equipment over a period of time. We are now transferring that to the community broadcast to say you can then raise your funds, and then when you come to us, you can then procure that in a manner that eventually the ownership will sit with you, and then we provide you a maintenance and support. And this is something that we are trying to enable to assist community broadcasters to become a bit more sustainable and a bit more responsible in terms of taking care of their future and being able to control the investment within the environment they operate.
Thank you for that. Colleagues, are there any more follow-up questions? Okay. Kupano, seems like we're covered here in the room and online. Thank you so much again for your time.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure, and we are available to, if the other questions, the MDDA is welcome to send it to us by email and we can respond. Thank you very much, colleagues, and have a blessed day.
Fantastic. Thank you. Colleagues, I'm now going to hand over back to the Legal and Risk Department so that we can finish up then with those round of questions that we had. I remember we had a question here from Zibodele. Was there another question that we had?
I think it's online.
David, you can come to the front.
It said there's a question online as well.
Let me just check online if we had any questions.
Thanks, Program Director. My question is around procurement with the 3 codes. In the Western Cape, there is mainly one service provider that most of us know of. If there are more, we've searched and we couldn't find any. Now, during that procurement process, it becomes very, very difficult to get to the 3 codes. And I remember at one stage we even asked the MDDA that besides the one company that is here and another one that you know of that is in Joburg, who else can we approach? Then we were given a few service providers, and we discovered that some of them don't even exist anymore. Now, I'm not too sure as to what is the process in that case where you find that in the area where you are, there is basically just maybe 1 or 2 service providers. You do want to comply, but you do not know about any other service providers. That's the one question. Sorry. Okay, the second one will come to me now. It has now escaped.
Let me also give you the one from online, David. So the question is, when a project is funded, how can a legal meet the project halfway instead of expecting it to go and seek new quotes for services that the project is already using? There must just be an agreement or amendment that says you can continue with the existing, example, telecoms, data contract, insurance, print, etc., as long as you don't exceed the budget allocated, and if you do exceed, you agree to top up your own funds and not with grant funding. How can the MDDA assist with this, as it is a great challenge?
Okay. Before I answer it, I want us to move from the premise of we agree on the legislative requirements, right? So, if we agree on the legislative requirements, then we then have an appreciation of the fact that in some areas there may be a challenge with obtaining the 3 codes as a result of the availability of service providers or the technical know-how or specialized skill. So the legislations that I'm referring to, firstly, recognize instances where this is technical specialized service, firstly. So I want to give you an example. I may be wrong. There is a service provider that I've observed in the TV industry where they provide, let me make sure, I don't want to call their name, but I just want to speak to the service. Okay. So, yeah, I'm told this service provider does what Centec does, but for TV, right? So you can understand that then it means that's the only service provider in that space, which is a technical, it's a technical, or it's a specialized service. So we still require compliance with the grant agreement. What they do, the TVs, is because of when they want to procure that service, they give us what we call sole service provider certificate to confirm that that service provider is the only one that can provide that service. Secondly, if they had tried to obtain codes and they could not, then they give us what we call a document. Usually it comes in the form of affidavits, confirming the endeavors they had gone through to obtain service providers in their area. So there is an area in KZN where, like in the vicinity, there was nowhere they could find that service provider. But we are conscious of the fact that there are service providers that are based in Joburg that do service in Cape Town, that are based in Cape Town that do service in Johannesburg, that are based in KZN that do service in. So the reason why you then see, we then always emphasize on obtaining 3 codes. You can't say you are in Cape Town and there's no service providers, whereas we know very well that opposite you, CCFM is not 300 kilometers far away from Bush Radio. We know that Bush Radio was able to get the same codes, and service providers were able to render service there, which it then tells us that other service providers are are able to come and service your area. So I just want to speak to instances where it's purely difficult to obtain a service provider. In that instances, you then motivate. Then we consider the reasons of you saying there are no service providers. I've tried this. I've engaged with this. Yeah, because in some instances, you receive the initial spec, and you want to then improve it, and because you want to render some sort of specialized broadcast process, and service provider that can do that. And it's on that basis that you'd be allowed to go for that specific one. But if you're going for a normal broadcast studio, we know that there's probably 7, 5, 6 service providers that are able to render that service. So that's why I would not necessarily approve you to deviate from the actual contract.
Yeah, the second question came back to me now.
Yes.
Actually, it has to do with government officials on boards, or working with stations.
Yes.
In Cape Town, I just don't know where it comes from, but I do know that in Cape Town, we once had a situation where some of our board members were associated or working for the municipality and also for the provincial government. Actually, those people had to recuse themselves from the board because the city and the provincial government would not do business with us because of conflict of interest. And I also remember on Friday, another community station in the Eastern Cape was mentioned where the board member or the chairperson of the board is a member of parliament, and that community station in the Eastern Cape cannot get funding from government.
Yeah, I think the member of parliament, it's a public, what are they called? Public officials. No, they are called, there's a term for them. I think the member of parliament, our colleagues. A member of parliament is clear. They can't at all. Even I think they are precluded by their own rules. The reason I was mentioning the one about government employees, I would be interested to understand, was there an actual conflict or perceived conflict, or it was a conflict that was noted to be, was it a real conflict? Like this person was working in the finance department, procurement department, whatever. Or it was just, they were just employees of the, that would be interesting. Because I think the obligation that we've gone around and heard is there must be a declaration. You must just declare that you are a government official. The colleagues from GCS can confirm for me, because I think you said you require an affidavit. Right.
That they are government employees or they are no longer working with the stations. We need an affidavit for that from
Yeah.
our side.
So the GCS requires an affidavit. That's what I'm saying. It will be interesting to the reason shared by the municipality or the provincial government on what specific reason they gave on the basis. Because I mean, conflict is not a bad thing. To give a very general Mkhwanazi kind of response, if conflict was a bad thing, we would have a serious problem, because in the Republic of South Africa, the richest black man in the Republic of South Africa sits with the president at some point in their life at a dinner table, because they are married in the same family. And they had a minister who also sits at the same table with them. I'm not sure, their relationship is public. I think the president is related somewhat to an extent with Dr. Petrus Motsepe and Jeff Radebe. So if conflict was a bad thing, that's conflict right there, right? But conflict just requires disclosure. And in some instances where you find yourself, or the people that you sit with that consider you to be overly invested in the matter, for them to be able to recuse yourself. But I think that the point around recusal is that, but I want to then qualify what I meant when I was saying people overuse the conflict issue. In some instances we find, and I want to run through it quickly, communities appoint, so let me phrase it like this. In some communities, government is the only employer. There are police officers, teachers, nurses. Government is the only employer there. Then it then means you can't have board members, because the only people who have got a vested interest in the project are the same people, because nurses feel, or doctors feel, this is their means of communication with people around health issues. Teachers, education, police, safety. So they've got a vested interest in the project, in the paper, in the publication. Then it means this station will never grow. Only people that can support this project are conflicted, you see? So the issue we need to speak towards is the issue around the declaration of the conflict. But you then find that when the board committee has appointed those people, because they are running like 9 to 5s, they are forever busy, but they want to play oversight over the station over the weekend, or sometimes in a special meeting during the week. What they then do is, the colleagues internally don't put them on the SIPC document. On the SIPC document is the station manager, the finance manager, and maybe the marketing manager. The difficulty with signing you will not be able to sign the MDDA contract, because to us, you're not the rightful people on the SIPC documents. If you go in the Companies Act, it says people on the SIPC documents are directors as appointed by the community. So we expect to see the people that have been elected by the community to be the ones that are binding themselves to the contract, because they have been given that obligation to enter into agreements with the station. Then then that's where you find the reason of why they want to only be the ones that are on the SIPC documents. They want to say that, no, it's fine because these ones can't sit there because they are government employees. That's where I was speaking of it from. I think there was a
Yes, I just wanted to add. Sorry, my name is Fundi Njwandi, also representing Zibonele FM. I wanted to also add on what my colleague was talking about with regards to the one company that we use in Cape Town that we know of. Yes, I agree with the legislative agreement requirements that you were talking about, but you also mentioned companies getting capital to start their companies, and then obviously MDDA being there to give them a hand. But now we find that, especially now with what he was talking about when we were looking for companies in Cape Town, that there's a capital issue that is now a problem for the company. Specifically, I would even go as far as saying he passed all the requirements, but the only thing was that he had to have the capital to do the work prior. So is that something that MDDA maybe is looking to fix so that maybe we do get like a 50% payment beforehand, because now we're sitting with a problem of, yes, there's a company and this company happens to be in a long-standing relationship with the radio station, and they've passed all the requirements by MDDA. The only problem will be now the capital to start the work.
That's a real challenge, I must say. But I want to say this to you. We've got an almost 46% unemployed rate in South Africa, unemployment youth rate in South Africa, right? So if 20% of that 46% was to register companies tomorrow, compliant as they are with SICA documents, is it SIPSI documents, CSD, whatever, they're compliant. And they walk into a government department and say, look, I can do this. I can build this school. This school is worth 50 million to build. Give me 25 million, let me build it. And then, yes, we'll be in a huge problem. The reason I'm saying it's a real problem is, if you do follow the MDDA, look at our annual report for the year. Those that are, it's quick to mind will remind me. For the year 2021, 2022. Is that reported in our annual year? It's reported in one of our documents. We have, if not irregular or fruitless, of almost 21 million. Because we used to do that. Give upfront payments, and people don't come and deliver. Then we've created a real issue for, you see, previously when we used to think this thing works, it was not working. But since we've taken away the 50%, it's because you fund almost 20 to 25 every year. And with that principle, all stations are installed. No fail. And there's a snag. If there are snags, they get fixed. So we've seen that this thing forces people to install fully, because when the installation is not done fully, who suffers? The station. You've got equipment that is not fully installed, but the person has got the money. We will chase them through courts and all those things. Ultimately, they don't have anything. So, but the MDDA policy is no upfront payments. Upfront payments are only issued under exceptional circumstances. Exceptional. I don't know. The board, we're looking at an application, applies its mind and says this is exceptional. Let me give you an example of one exceptional which was once approved. It was, they were building a paraplegic studio. So that required them to rebuild it was not only equipment. So they had to rechange the building, the floor, and all those things. That's exceptional. That's what the board considered exceptional, rather. I'm not saying, that's what the board considered exceptional. But just because I don't have money, the banks, we always hear these things. I don't have money, the banks are not going to give me, the company is still new. That the board does not consider exceptional, because once you open the door for one, it creates a whole mess. And that's why I'm telling you, the MDDA is from that era of 50%, and it didn't work. I think there was a question online that said something along the lines of, why are we not allowing them to utilize the long-standing relationship? I think I've responded to that. So long-standing relationship, you see, I think one you've confirmed. You said in Cape Town, there's one. How many radio stations are in Cape Town? 24, 34. So 34 will probably have that standing relationship with that one. So that means that one has created a monopoly in Cape Town. And it would have been through the assistance of who? Of the MDDA. If we were to not take away the three-code system, and we say use the person you've got a long-standing relationship with, would have created that one company, which is what colleagues you were talking about, that you don't want these media buyers and all those things. The community media sector is owned by 3 or 2 companies. We would indirectly be creating that by making that one company the only installer in Cape Town. But whereas we're trying to open it up so that even those that want to branch away from those companies, I mean, we used to have Buck Broadcast, which then gave birth to AB Solutions. So you see, others want to break off from those companies. So that's the thinking.
Okay. If you give this man the mic, he can take forever. I think sometimes he confuses the podium for a pulpit. Yeah, so let me exercise my powers as well when I'm as an interim program director. Colleagues, you want to break for lunch? Yeah, we want to break for lunch. How many minutes, Aya? 45 minutes? Okay, until 2:15. Then we'll come back. You can engage Bishop David there during lunch if you have any other further questions. To the comrades online, we'll see you back at 2:15. The lady at the back will direct us as to where lunch is. Bye, dankie.
Colleagues, can I please ask that we start finding our seats? I just want to check online. Technical crew? Okay. Eskina, I just want to check if you're online and if you're able to start projecting from your side. Okay. Okay, fantastic. I see Eskina's already started projecting online. But colleagues, welcome back from lunch. We're going to go into our next presentation from the Department of Social Development. Eskina, I'm going to hand over to you. Please start by introducing yourself and then also thank you for making the time to present to us this afternoon. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm not sure if I'm audible enough.
You're audible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Eskina Kudwani from the Department of Social Development in the National Office in Pretoria. So today I have prepared a presentation for us about the NPO registration and compliance requirements for our NPOs. So I'm just going to proceed with the presentation now. Thank you. So on our first slide, colleagues, is just the content of the presentation. And then on the first slide that we're going to start with is about defining an NPO. What is an NPO? When we are saying we are non-profit organizations, who are we? So the NPO Organization Act 71 of 1997 defined our NPOs as a trust, a company, or other association of persons that has been established, colleagues, for a public purpose. Meaning that once you have registered this organization under this NPO Act, these organizations belongs to the public. This means there's no ownership once it has been registered. And again, the income and property of which are not distributed to its members or office bearers except as a reasonable compensation for service rendered. Meaning that, colleagues, once this organization is registered under this act, whatever property that is being bought under the name of this organization, those property belongs to that organization. So it means that as office bearers of the organizations, we don't have the right to share these properties of these organizations. So an NPO, colleagues, can be established under the NPC, the trust, or voluntarily associations, meaning that there are three types of legal entities that we register under. You can either register as a voluntary association, a non-profit company, or a trust. And then as we proceed, these colleagues are just other acronyms for NPOs. because I know if you can remember during COVID-19, people were confused because there was a myth that governments need the non-governmental organizations that they can work with them during that time. So the non-government organization, the NGOs, colleagues, the community-based organization, those are the CBOs, your faith-based organizations, your civil society organization, your PBOs, your CSIs, all those colleagues is just acronyms. They are one thing. They are all NPOs. So they all register as NPOs by the Department of Social Development. And then as we proceed, colleagues, these are the objectives of our NPO Act. What does it state? The purpose of the NPO Act is to encourage and support our nonprofit organizations in their wide range of work they do. Another objective, create an environment for our NPOs so that they can grow and develop. And then the third one, to set up administrative framework within which organizations must operate. The other one, encourage our NPOs to run effectively with openness, colleagues, and accountability. So we must be effective, we must be open, we must act accountably in our organization. And then the last one, to promote the spirit of cooperation and shared responsibilities between our government, donors, and other people or institutions that are interested in working with the NPO sector. That is like what is happening today, now that we are partnering with MDDA on this NPO that they can assist. And then as we proceed, remember I've talked about three legal structures or three legal NPOs that we register under. We have voluntarily association, we have the non-profit company, we have the trust. But trust, colleague, we only register charitable trusts. So an organization may decide which legal structure may suit them. So this is just the differentiations between these three legal structures. So the first one, the voluntary association, established in terms of the common law, abides in terms of the common law, and then the setting up requires an agreement in the form of a written or unwritten constitution between three people. Remember, from the NPO Act, it states that it can be registered by a minimum of 3 persons. So the advantage of the voluntary association is quick, easy, and is free of charge. Then they are tax exempt from SARS, and then they can be provided with free trainings from DSD or NDA. The disadvantage is that the members may not be protected if the key disclosure of the constitution are missing or not the properties drafted. And then let's look into the second legal status, which is the NPC. This one, colleagues, they have to first register this NPC at the Register of Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, that is CIPS. So they have to first register this company at CIPS, and then the setting might require their memorandum of incorporation, and then they may not have ordinary members, and they must appoint an auditor. So that advantages as well, it's an independent legal personnel, and then it have to consider free of internal management of their day-to-day running affairs, and also they can be tax exempt from SARS, and then also the trainings may be provided freely from DSD and NDA. So the disadvantage, colleagues, is that the professional assistant is needed to set up this kind of NPO, and it might involve costs where they have to register at CIPC. And then our last legal structure is the trust. This one, colleagues, they must first have to register this organization at the Master of High Courts. And then at the Master of High Courts, they will give them the trust deeds. And then the advantages is flexible, public disclosure is very limited. Also, they are tax exempt from SARS, training is provided as well to them. But the legal institution by property of is protected, and professional assistant also is needed for this type of legal entity. Let's go now, colleagues, to the registration requirements for registering an NPO. So remember these three legal structures, colleagues. So the documents that they submit for registration at NPO, they differ. Yeah? Firstly, colleagues, registration is voluntarily, and then registration for NPO is free when you register at the Department of Social Development. So for a voluntarily association, colleagues, you're gonna need an application form together with your constitution. That's how you register. And then for a trust, the trust, remember we said they have to register first at Master of High Court, and then they complete the NPO application form. And then those documents that have been approved by the Master of High Court, that will be your trust deeds and your letter of authority. They bring those documents and then they apply for the registration. And then the third one, remember the NPC also has to register first at CIPC. So at Department of Social Development, they're going to complete the application form. And then those documents that have been approved at CIPC, then those documents will be your memorandum of association, and then your notice of incorporation and the registration certificate. They take those three documents and then they submit for registration. And then, colleagues, there's a website that you can register as well. It's www.npo.gov.za, or you can submit your application to your nearest DSD office, colleagues. And then once this organization has been registered, colleagues, the organization will get the NPO certificate and their founding documents. Founding documents, I'm referring to the constitution, the letter of authority, your trust deeds, and your memorandum and notice. They will receive your documents back that will have the stamp on it. Ne? And that stamp on your document, colleagues, it does not expire. Ne? So once you submit your documents it will go to our registration unit, and then they check and verify if your application meets the requirement of Section 12 of the NPO Act. And then these organizations, so they will classify them. We have the classification of organizations this is according to your activities or your objectives that you have written in your constitution, colleagues. In this regard, I know that for the organizations that are working with MDDA, mostly are your newspapers, your radios, your graphic design. So all of those organization, colleagues, it will fall under cluster 1, which is the culture and recreation. So that's where all our organizations today fall within. It falls within cluster 1 of culture and recreation. Okay, colleagues, so now that we are registered, we must not forget our documents. Remember, I've spoken about the constitution, your trust deeds, and your notice of corporation. We must not just register and forget what we have written in our constitutions. Ne? We must always work within the activities or the objectives that we have written in our founding documents. We must never deviate from the objectives that has been provided in our founding document. But this does not mean, colleagues, if there is somewhere along the way you want to add something into your objectives, you can gladly do so. There are forms that you must complete so that you must add the objectives, but you must not work with the objectives of it or an activity that is not written in your approved founding documents, colleagues. So these points, colleagues, they are just some of the requirements from section 12. Requirements from section 12, it has point A up to O. So these are just some of those requirements that we must not forget. Also, the second one talks about conducting meetings. We must hold meetings, colleagues. Remember, every decision or every whatever that we want to discuss, we want to see this organization go forth, we must sit and talk and make decisions. So we must also hold meetings, colleagues, so that our organization will grow. Because we might find that Eskina has this point and then Moloko has this point. That's how our organization can grow with our minds together. So we must hold meetings, colleagues. And before a meeting is held, remember, you must send out a notice. Some will say send 7 days or 21 days notice. It will differ from each organization. And then, colleagues, we must form a quorum. Remember, a quorum is formed by 50% plus one. So we must always be a quorum when we're making decisions. We must keep records of the meetings. We must have a minutes book, so that we file our minutes. So we must ensure that the proper reporting procedures are kept. And then another one is for voting procedures. We must follow the voting decision-making procedures. And then the other one talks about the number of board members. Remember, the NPO Act states that a minimum of 3 persons can form a board member or office bearers. So if we have stated in our organization that our board will be made up of 5 people, colleagues, there must always be 5 people. If one person, let's say Eskina now, is going to Pretoria, is our secretary, then it means we must find another person to be a secretary. If we are 5, we must forever be 5. We must never deviate from that. And then the last point talks about the financial year end of our organization. This is very important because it will determine as well when are we supposed to submit the reports. So you must know when is our financial year ending in our organization. It will differ from organization to organization, colleagues. Some will state it ends in June, some will state it ends in December, some will state it ends on March. So it will depend on organization to organization, but we must know when is our financial year end, because most of the time you'll find that people will audit their books by the financial year ending in March, but only to find that in their founding document, the financial year ends in April. So that point will make your reports to fail. We'll get to that point again. Let's proceed. So these are just the common things that the registration unit picked up. If your organization find that you have sent your application and then it become unsuccessful, you'll find that on the application form there's no physical address, or the ID numbers are incorrect. And then in case of the non-South African citizens, colleagues, you must provide the copies of their passports or their work permits. And then you must check the date, the expiry date on those documents as well. And then you find that they are related members, and then the declaration part has not been signed. But colleagues, if you apply online, this application form, you are going to complete it on the online service, and then you attach your founding documents. And then again, on the constitution, you might find that the name that they've been provided on the application form is not the same as the name on the organization. You might find that, for example, on the application form, we have written Esquina Daycare, but on the constitution, we written Esquina Early Learning Center. Those are two different names, colleagues. So the name must be the same on the application as well as on the constitution. And then the last point talks about the objectives. You might find that your objectives are not clear or your objectives are not related to the name of the organization. Let's say, for example, we said we are a sports academy, but we are talking about looking after children, something different that does not relate to the name of the organization. Okay, let's proceed, colleagues. So these are just some of the benefits that we can benefit if we register our NPOs, colleagues. It can improve your credibility and funding opportunities. You see, today you have MDDA, so that is a funding opportunity, colleagues. Okay. So it might allow your organization to open a bank account. Remember, in your funding documents, also you stated that the organization will open a bank account in the name of the organization. So all the monies of the organization must be in Esquina Daycare Center bank account, not in Esquina Kutwani's personal account, okay? So it helps your organization with tax incentives. You get tax exempted from SARS. It allows your organization to trace and raise funds because now you are registered, you have the certificate. It provides your organization with the opportunity to be recognized because now you have the certificate, you are registered under a certain regulator, which is the NPO Act. Because most of the funders, they will need your organization to have your NPO certificate, and it will become difficult for your organization if you don't have the NPO certificate. So it gives us a little bit of chance to be recognized that at least you have a certificate. Maybe we might assist level. Okay, let's proceed, colleagues. Our next slide talks about to comply with other regulators. So in this regard of today, I think in your regard, what you must comply with is you must, like, for example, in your regard, you must comply as well with Bo ICASA and then Lebo Santec. So you must check this organization, who regulate us again, besides the NPO Act, who regulate us? Is the responsibility of the organization to check who regulate us as well. So you must not just operate without knowing who regulate you again, because you might find your organization being in trouble. So you must check, and then you must comply as well with other regulators, like your ICASA and your Centec. Okay, colleagues, now I'm going to compliance requirements after registration. So you don't just register and sit, colleagues, you must work so that this organization can grow. Remember, you said it must grow, it must develop. So once we are registered, colleagues, we have obligations once we are a registered organization. So an organization must comply with the provisions of their own founding documents by keeping to the objectives of the organization. Remember, I've said you must not deviate from objectives. Adhering to the procedures and timeframes of the Constitution, including regarding the convening of meetings. You must always hold meetings, colleagues. Because some people, some organization, colleagues, you find that we fight in the organization only to find that the answer is in our founding document. What we are fighting about, you might find the answer in our Constitution. Let's say, for example, about meetings. We are sending notices to Esquina. Esquina does not respond, does not come to the meetings. What do? Then you check your constitution. In your constitution, there is that point that states that if a person does not attend certain meetings, number of meetings, then we have the right to remove that person and then replace with another one. So because if sometimes we are not checking our founding document, what it says, we'll never know that this person we can replace, and then we find another person to be a secretary or a treasurer. So remember, I said we must keep records of all meetings, and then you must keep as well detailed and proper financial records like your vouchers and your receipt. Make sure, colleagues, that remember the vouchers or the receipt. After a certain period, you'll find that the ink fade on the receipt. So it's better to make copies while the ink is still in good conditions, so that by the time we're going to take our financial records to whoever assisting us with the books, then the numbers, at least you'll have a backup of the copy of the receipts. And then the last obligation is state that the NPO Act, Section 17 and Section 18 requires that organizations submit the NPO Directorate and annual reports within 9 months after the financial year has ended. Meaning that, colleagues, you have to submit to the NPO Directorate annual reports. That is a 12 months based report according to your financial year end. I'm going to come to that one. So again, colleagues, we have to provide information like any other information. It can be a small information like your cell phone number or an email address. So anything that changes in your organization, colleagues, you must make sure that you submit those changes to the Department of Social Development. Some they change the physical address. You find that you have provided this address, and then maybe some inspectors go to that address. You find that that address now is a spaza shop. There's no organization anymore. So we've made this easier to us to provide information. Colleagues, we have forms that we can use to provide information. For example, if you want to change your office bearers or your basic details of the organization, or you need to amend the name of the organization or amend your constitution, or request the reprint of certificates, and then the non-compliance with financial provision section 18, I'm going to come back to that one. Or if colleagues, you want to voluntarily deregister before we can deregister your organization, it's fine, you can apply for that. And then there's another one for non-compliance with the obligations. So colleagues, this is one of those standard forms. The form at the top, you have to write your organization name, your NPO number, and then you write the information that is changing. And at the bottom, that form must be signed by the authorized person, one of your office bearers. If this form is signed by a person whom we don't have on our system, then it will make your change request to fail. So this is just another standard form that we have. Reporting, colleagues. Once, remember I've said you have to submit your annual report. Your annual report will include the narrative report and the financial statements. So the narrative report, colleagues, is just a small form. It's not difficult. It has 3 sections. The first section is the basic details of the organization. The second section talks about your major achievement. Remember, at the beginning of your financial year, you plan that on this financial year, we want to achieve 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you'll write your report there that we have achieved this, we did not achieve this, okay? And then on your last section talks about the list of meetings. Remember, we've spoken that we must hold meetings. So this is how the narrative report looks like. This is just the first page where you will write your NPO number and then the period of which you're reporting for. For example, if you're reporting for financial year ending in March 2025, then your report will state that you are reporting from the 1st of April 2024 to the 31st of March 2025. So that's why it is very important to know when does your financial year end. Because if you submit a wrong statement, then it will make your reports to fail, even if you have submitted them. So the reporting to DSD includes the narrative report and the financial statement. So our financial statement includes the financial report and accountants officer's report. Your financial report, it will have your income and expenditure, your assets and liabilities, and the closing balance corresponding to the opening balance of the following year. And then your accounting officer must have that letter of an accounting officer, colleagues. You must check it. It must have a practice number of this accounting officer that was assisting your organization with their books name. So that is how you report. You just submit narrative report, financial statement. But because we understand, colleagues, that sometimes you might find that for this financial year and that we are reporting, our organization did not have funds or it was not funded. It does not mean that we are not supposed to report. Even though we did not get funding for that financial year ending, we still have to report. We still have to submit our narrative report, and then we have to submit our 12 months bank statement covering our financial year. If it's for March, then your bank statement will be from the 1st of April 2024 to the 31st of March 2025. And then you submit as well the Form 18 that I was talking about, the non-compliance with financial provisions, and then you submit that form as well. So if the organization did not have a bank account during that financial year reporting for, then they should indicate on Form 18 that they did not have a bank account. And if the bank account was not active also, they must indicate on that form that the bank account was not active. It has been, if it was closed, then they have to attach as well that letter that shows that this organization, their bank account has been closed. So whether we are funded or we are not funded, but by the end of the financial year, we must all submit our reports. Failure to submit reports, colleagues, it will make your organization to be deregistered, because we have already started with deregistration from last year, November. So yeah, we are deregistering organizations now. So I believe that our organization will not fall under deregistration, because I believe in you, colleagues. All right, let's proceed. So this is the form that I was talking about, Form 18. This is the form that if you are not funded, you'll complete this form. You attach your narrative report together with your financial statement. We call it Form 18. This form, yeah, that's the one that you can complete if you are not funded. And then now, colleagues, let's come to non-compliance. If colleagues remember, I've spoken about obligations. So non-compliance is the opposite of obligations. Remember, I said you must keep records. You must not deviate from your constitution. So non-compliance, colleagues, is just the opposite of obligations. If you are not doing what you are obliged to do as an organization, then it will make your organization to be non-compliant. So also, colleagues, there are offenses in terms of the NPO Act. So if we find that our organization is presenting themselves as being validly registered in terms of this NPO Act, whether they are not, then that it's an offense, colleagues. To use false materials, like to write the NPO number on your documentations, knowing that this NPO number is not yours, or knowing that this NPO number has been deregistered, but you are still using that registration number, that is an offense, colleagues. So these offenses, colleagues, according to Section 30 of the NPO Act, provides for penalties that will emanate from conviction of an offense in terms of the NPO. So a person or the organization might be fined might be imprisoned, or they can get both the fine and imprisonment. So colleagues, we must make sure that, remember we've spoken about openness and accountability. So we must always be truthful, even on our documentation. Ne? And then these are just these centralized emails that colleagues can send to different inquiries. We have different sections in our unit. And then these are the contact details for persons in different directorates within the NPO directorate. And then this is where I will end for today, colleagues, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Eskina. And again, we really appreciate your time and your presentation. We're just going to
Thank you
open
so
up
much.
the floor for questions.
Yes.
We have a hand here. I'm going to ask my colleagues to please help me.
Good afternoon, Brenda Leonard from Bush Radio. Just two questions. We registered on CIPC as an NPC, but when I look at the presentation, it seems that we must also register with DSD. So I just want clarity on that, because we're definitely not registered with DSD. We only registered with CIPC. And then secondly, what if there's a conflict in terms of regulations? Where do you then go? Because currently the NPC as well as our MOI basically says that our AGM quorum is 50% plus one. ICASA, Kolile was here, but ICASA says 51%, not 50% plus one. So there's a difference of which one do we use?
Eskina, were you able to capture those questions?
Yes.
Please respond.
Okay. All right. The first one about NPC not registered is not a must, colleague. It's not a must. Some organizations, they do register as dual registration, NPCs, and then they come to DSD as well. Ne? But it's not a must that when you're an NPC, you have to submit your application at DSD. Ne? And then as for the conflict of the quorum, colleagues, I think 50 plus 1 and 51% is the same thing. As long as your quorum is 3/4 ne, of your members or in that meeting. Ne? So 50, yeah, as long as the quorum is not 40%. If you are, let's say, if we are 7, then it means that at that meeting there must be 5 at least. Ne? That is what we call 50 plus 1 or 51%. Okay. Thank you.
Brenda, does that help?
ICASA gave, they were very clear. 51% is not the same as 50% plus 1. So that's why I'm confused when it comes. Obviously, we'll go with the 51% and stick to that, because that for me is the upper requirement. Then we know we'll meet that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, you're saying,
Thank you.
Eskina, that should be also sufficient for you?
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
Okay, sure. Any other hands, colleagues? Or are we covered? There's another hand, Eskina. Please stand by.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Zweli Nokaka from Zbonele FM. How do we achieve the tax exempt status as community media? Because this seems to be an area that is quite difficult. what advice would you give us? Because we really think that that will be of assistance to us.
Eskina, did you manage to catch that question?
Yes, I think I see on the program there's a presentation from SARS. I think they can cover that one.
Okay, on the tax exemption, okay? We'll carry that
Yes,
one to SARS.
yes.
Sure. There's another question.
No, it's not really a question. I just wanted to clarify, or rather to decorate the response. I think the question was, what do you do in conflict between when DSD says 50 plus 1 and ICASA says 51%? And then Estina then says, if you going with the 51%, that is also fine for them. So just to qualify it in this following sense, is that if you're going with ICASA's 1 of 51%, you automatically are complying with the DSD's 1. So I think when you look at the regulation, for as long as you're not adversely interpreting the legislation, or but you are prospectively interpreting it, it's always good. So if you're doing something positive to the legislation, it's okay, as opposed to you doing something negative to the legislation. So if you're taking 51%, automatically you're complying with the DSD requirement of 50 plus 1. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just a quick comment about tax exempt applications. There is benefit in it because we applied successfully, and the benefit is purely income tax exemption. But when it comes to VAT and PAYE and similar taxes, those are still liabilities that even an NPO must pay.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll unpack it further again, as we said, with SARS. Colleagues, are there any further inputs, or are you happy for us to leave it here? Okay, Eskina, we're going to release you. Thank you so much again for your time and for your insightful presentation. We really appreciate it, and we'll see you in the next one.
Okay, colleagues, have a lovely day, and thank you so much for having me.
Fantastic, thank you.
Bye.
Colleagues, we're going to move swiftly along to our next presentation, which is going to come from ICASA. We're going to be talking about licensing requirements. I'm going to ask Mr. Olile Mateza to please come to the front. Please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you heard, my name is Olile Mateza. Olile Mateza. I'm the stakeholder liaison for ICASA. Our offices are up the road here, Century City, at Knowledge Park 3, first floor of that building. I'm not going to make a presentation, but rather I want to share with you my details, because we come to each and every organization that we get invited to run a whole workshop of how to apply for a broadcasting license. It's a whole involved process. The time we have here won't be sufficient. So I would really suggest that rather you invite me to your organization so that I come and make a whole presentation on how to license, how to get a broadcasting license from ICASA. As I've said, my name is Olile Mateza. My number is 083 262 0245. My email is xmateza, xmateza, at icasa.org.za. can repeat, my email is xmateza, XMATEZA, @icasa.org.za. And my number is 083 262 0245. You can send me an invitation to your organization across the province. I'll be able to come and do a whole workshop for you on how to apply for this kind of license. I hope that is sufficient. If there are any questions, I will be glad to answer. Yes, sir.
Yeah, one question is, when you're applying for a license, do you have to wait for a window, or is it at any point one could call you and do an application? So for instance, I decide, I think I have a community of interest, and we think let's go for or even a school. We want to start a broadcast for the school or a campus. Do you have to wait for a window to apply, or can we approach you immediately?
To apply for the license, you have to wait for the window period. But you can call me anytime before that to do the workshop for you. Yeah. Any more questions? Looks like there are no more questions. Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot. Zwelino Kajo from Zbonele FM. What is ICASA planning to do with frequencies that come from the old regime era, where the SABC and commercial stations have taken up all the frequencies, and those frequencies that are now in between are hardly even covering 5 foot from where you're sitting. And yet, on the one hand, you need to be sustainable. In that sustainability, you are unable even to reach the businesses in the CBT. Now, how do you reconcile the two? That you need to be sustainable, but your frequency does not reach the businesses that you would want to advertise so that you can make money. That is one question that I have.
I'm not sure that I'm in a right position to answer that, because I'm here. I came here for broadcast licensing. So now the question, I think that question you should direct it to ICASA. I'm a liaising officer of ICASA. I don't speak for ICASA. No, I mean that's an honest answer. I can speak about it. Correct. Okay.
I mean, this might also be a policy-related question, and I'm not sure if you're in a position to answer this. So what we have is a move, a transition in the media landscape. When I talk about media landscape, I talk about multimedia. I talk about broadcasting and print and radio and digital. You know, you got YouTube now existing as almost like a standalone business for some people. When we in print, I'm a print publisher, and we have found that there is space, that there's an opportunity, the gap in the market for convergence between different platforms. So a lot of print media organizations that are successful because they are transitioning to multimedia. They're now producing podcast content and audio and video, and they're using YouTube and other platforms. So that's convergence. So one of the opportunities that print media is looking at perhaps is to produce content that they can share with existing ICASA members who have broadcast licenses, radio stations and television stations.
When you say ICASA members,
I'm talking about people who have licenses to broadcast. And they then develop a collaborative relationship. But the question I have for you is, because that collaboration happens independently. I think the National Association of Broadcasters is very interested in that, and we are speaking to them about it. But what I'd like to ask you is, as ICASA, would it be possible, or what are the barriers to entry for a print media organization to apply for a radio or a broadcasting license?
meaning private or?
Yeah.
Basically, if you want to go to private, you have to wait for the minister to sorry. You have to wait for the minister to give an invitation to apply for those frequencies.
That's private.
As a private.
And public?
Public belongs to SABC.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't, as a private individual, you can't apply for public broadcast licenses.
But even as an NPO, you can't do that?
No, you can't. Yeah.
Thank you.
You can apply for a community. Even then, you have to wait for ICASA to give an invitation to apply, which comes twice a year. I think the window of opportunity is already passed right now. You'll have to wait for another window. That is, if you want a community-based community broadcast license. From which area are you? Cape Town. Okay. Yeah, maybe you can special events, but I'm not sure whether they will be suitable for your function, because you'll have to reapply every 2 months. You have to reapply until there's a frequency available, which I'm not sure that. Yeah, it's not.
Nomzana Mateza, unsikelelo Jonga lo from Jonga pa Radio in collaboration with Utizindaba, iphephandaba lesiXhosa.
From which radio?
Jonga pa Radio.
Okay.
Yeah. Only one question from my side is, will you avail yourself maybe during weekends, actual on Saturday? I want account is Sunday. And lastly, from my side, thank you very much for your details. Amatenga waitjala dadam.
Jonga Radio, where is it?
Kraaifontein.
Is it? It's not a licensee of ICAS.
Not yet.
How is it broadcasting?
The details, we will communicate the details on your contacts.
Because you know you're not supposed to broadcast on the FM frequency without a license.
Yes, that's why
I'm asking how are you broadcasting?
That's why I thank you for your details.
Okay.
And goes that
Okay, sure, thanks. Or to answer whether I work on, send me an invite on my email, and then I'll be able to respond. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I'm going to walk into that question that was raised there. Online radio. What is the view of ICASA on that?
We don't regulate online radio.
Yeah. And so is there, without that regulation, which I understand, is there any means to somehow curb the rise of that, or is it just fine? Are we just leaving an unregulated space to mushroom and mushroom out of control, or what is the?
Like as I'm saying, ICASA does not regulate that space. We are outside of that space. We don't make any policy regarding that space. So I can't respond regarding that space.
Oh.
Not necessarily beyond ICASA, but we don't regulate it. It's not a regulated space. We don't have policy regarding it. Not necessarily. I don't think it's necessarily so, but it's just that it's outside our mandate.
Yeah, maybe just to chip in there.
I'm speaking to?
Hi, me at the back. Sorry, it's Letabo from MDDA. So it's more of a policy slash legislation matter. And not that ICASA doesn't have the powers to regulate. It's just right now policy recognizes one form of broadcasting, which is through spectrum, having a license, you're issued a band or a frequency on a specific band. So part of the white paper review process is to recognize both linear and non-linear broadcasting, so that we are able then to also recognize online platforms, and then we'll have regulations that speak to how online platforms can conduct themselves when broadcasting. What people advise is that for online platforms like podcasts, it's advised that you become a member of, for example, the NAB, but you also adhere to the BCCSA code, just to let people know that whatever you conduct yourself professionally. So it's more of a branding thing. For now, it's really a policy legislation thing. On the issue of, I'm going to try not answer the other question on what happens to available spectrum. Remember, spectrum is a finite resource. So whatever spectrum that's available, usually the telcos take it up for their own services, internet provision and whatnot. So there is limited spectrum available, and whatever spectrum that is available that's in excess, ICASA would auction that spectrum, makes more money for national fiscus. Yeah, thanks.
Looks like all the questions are answered. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, we're waiting for SARS to join us online for our last presentation for the day. They're struggling a bit, and we're struggling to get a hold of them. So please give us like exactly. Please give us about 5 minutes while we figure out what the issue is, and if indeed we can still rely on them to be online today. So 5 minutes, please, and then we'll sort this out. In the meantime, there's still coffee and things in the back, and then are they not? Oh, okay. So I just received the news that unfortunately it doesn't look like they're going to be joining us today. So yeah. Tax exemption for everyone. So I think we're going to then have to wrap it up here for today. Maybe let me just open the floor to see if maybe you have any unanswered questions that you'd like us to address today before we let you go. Eskin is gone. Eskin is logged off. So unfortunately. So that's not a presentation, but we'll check if there are any representatives in the room from the sector bodies who just maybe want to take this time to just address some of the members in the room and let us know of any opportunities or things that they may need to be aware about. But before we do that, let's just take those questions first. Are there any sort of lingering questions that you have, or areas of clarification that you'd like us to respond to? Letabo?
Yeah, just two announcements. Is that following the discussion we had around the 30% ad spend, and also the amendment process of the MDDA Act. We will live stream the KZN session. The DM will be there. Hopefully the colleagues from GCIS policy department will be there, Mr. Nene, so that you can then ask those questions. We'll also just send them an invite so that they are there. And then the SARS presentation, we'll share it, but I'm hoping that they will be available for the rest of the other sessions, so you can catch their presentation there as well, but we'll share their presentation in any case, and our contact at National Office if you have any other further questions. And then lastly, parking tickets. The gentleman at the back will help you with parking tickets. Thanks.
Validation.
Yeah.
So just make sure, please, that your ticket is stamped and then it will be validated. But again, quite importantly, and to underscore Letabo's point, so some of these sessions we're still going to have online, including the one in KZN towards the end of this week. So make sure that you're then able to join that session. When is the date again for KZN? Next week, Monday?
Yes, on the 14th.
On the 14th. So please make sure that you also join that session so that you can hopefully then get that presentation from SARS that you didn't get today. Otherwise, tea and coffee is available at the back. And again, we encourage you to please visit our website to look at the application form. If you have any questions regarding the criteria, our colleagues are still here. So please make sure that you don't leave without asking them to assist you where possible. Lastly, we thank you again and appreciate your time for making sure that you were able to attend today. Letabo?
Oh, yeah. And for those who are going to apply, as Poki would say, please apply on time. Get all your documents together on time and don't do a last-minute rush application. Yeah, so just do a checklist for yourselves, apply on time, and as you do, you just take off what might be missing so that you have all your ducks in a row when you submit your application. Thanks.
Thank you, colleagues, and travel safely. We're going to wrap it up here. Thank you so much.